boarding requested.
Hello everyone and a very warm welcome to another episode of Microsoft Flight Sim. So today we are at Manchester and we're doing quite a long flight over to Greece. And we are in the A321. Apologies, it's very noisy out there. We are connected to the VATSIM network, but as you may notice, especially as we proceed a little bit further into the flight, the time difference is delayed by about 3 hours, I think. Just so we keep a bit of the daylight flying. Even though it's during the night, but we are still connected to the VATSIM network, so there may be some differences between what we actually see in the flight and what we don't. Hello Gareth and welcome mate. We're just sort of getting ready to set up, to be honest. Not flown the 321 for quite a while. Let's just turn that down a touch. And we'll go over to ground frequency 121855.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
So then, let's just take you through our operational flight plan for this evening. So, obviously we're in the FenixA A321 IAE variant of aircraft.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Hopefully the sound and everything's okay, Gareth, and not too bad. I did have a bit of a fiddle with it yesterday. So we have a different call sign today. So call sign today is EZY63 Papa Golf, I believe it is today, which is apparently a real call sign for this route. Same as the flight number, is the same as the actual route. So we have a cost index of 56, so we're not overly efficient. Flight level 330. We may proceed above that throughout the flight, but we'll see how we go. Zero fuel weight of 69 tons, and to be fair, we're not a million miles off our maximum land weight, so we're 81 tons, and the maximum takeoff weight is 89 tons. So we're expecting 05 left at the moment for Manchester. We'll just tune into the 80s just to make sure that is still correct, as the flight plan was created a few hours ago. And we're expecting runway 32 at our destination. So first time flying to Kefalonia. It's the first time I've ever flown to Greece. I did have a quick look just to double check everything was okay. Yes, Gareth, we've got the A321 mate. So distance is 1,404 miles, and rough flight time we're looking around about 3 hours. So once we depart out of Manchester, we're tracking west, sort of pretty much over Lincolnshire, to be fair, near where I live, over the Wash, and then trekking out on over the east side of the UK. As you can see, we've got quite a lot of ATC online. How much that stays online during our routing, I don't know. We have a little bit of a patch here as we go through sort of Germany, South Germany, top of Italy. And then earlier on we did have some ATC for Greece. Unfortunately at the moment there's no ATC online, and then we'll have a little bit look at our inbound route as we proceed. So let's carry on getting set up. Oh, hello, what's going on with that? We've adjusted some of the new camera views again, so obviously each plane you have to make sure you adjust each one of them. Hopefully they're all working as they should do. So then we'll just load the latest ATIS. I may request it straight from the MCDU, to be honest.
May I see your boarding pass?
Have you done many flights then, Gareth, or has it just been a case of as and when? So Echo Golf Sierra Charlie Charlie, even not Sierra, and we're departing. Just send that. We have 207 passengers, I think, on board. 208 passengers on board today. and we are going to be waiting for refueling for quite a while. 13 tons of fuel in total. Oh, here's our ETIS. So, Manchester information, Bravo. Here's my pen, and we'll just give it a scroll down. So, 05 left, still in use. Single runway operation at the moment. Transition over 6,500. Wind is fairly calm. Ground is open. Data link clearances. Must admit, I don't really do data link clearances.
EasyJet whiskey, you're requesting taxi to runway 05.
Just one last Monday. Ah, cool stuff, mate. Yeah, I'm the same, hoping to get not back at work until. Let me just turn the volume down a little bit on the.
One runway 05 left via Echo, Delta, and Alpha.
Echo, Delta, and Alpha for Alpha 1, EasyJet 234 whiskey.
So hopefully that will be a little bit on the quieter side now. I do really struggle getting the volumes right for ATC, to be honest, because some controllers you speak to, they're pretty quiet, some not. There you go, got people on board. Still waiting for fuel, but I think.
Master Ground, good afternoon once again. Ryanair 2 Bravo, stand 50, requesting IFR clearance Tenerife with Bravo.
Ryanair 2 Bravo.
So let's get ourselves set up, ready to go.
Departure. Blue Cruise and chat, report able to accept.
Just wait for that to request. Just having a good think about it.
Say that one more time for Ryanair, sorry, my headphones just plugged out.
Refueling truck is on its way.
Ryanair 2 Bravo, need you on a 1001.
Yeah, to be fair, Gareth, the camera reviews, I must admit, it's something I've considered for a little while, but it's a bit of a nightmare.
We've already put the reroute in for Ryanair 2 Bravo, so we are ready.
This is what I mean about Sim. It's so noisy.
Ryanair 2 Bravo is a Boeing 737-800.
That's turned right the way down. Problem is the controller's not actually that loud.
0214.
Ryanair 2 Bravo cleared Tenerife, Yamsi 1 Sierra departure, score King 0214.
So, cost index
route
56. Cruise level 330 and minus 55. Flex time. We'll line that on the reference.
QNH10 from Ryanair 2 Bravo.
13.1 tons of fuel. Zero fuel weight is 69. And our, let me just get that. Other weights, 26.6.
CP16 Yankee, tower is offline, London control has just closed.
Please don't load aircraft
Continue
until
with
the fuel
Unicom
truck
122
arrives and
decimal.
ask to do
Hold
it.
on.
So go through our performance. So we just said 6,500 for the transition level today. We'll just move over here and we'll have a quick gander at our performance for today's flight. We are on some reasonably new scenery. It is an old scenery. I think it's by Mako Simulations for Manchester. Packs off, yeah. That's suggesting a flaps 2 departure. I don't mind a flaps 2 departure in fairness with the B21, but anyway, we'll just pop this into the same 153, 158, 158. Transition 6,500, which we're expecting flaps 2 and up 0.9 and a flex of 51. So that is everything in the box there for us.
Area 234 Whiskey, no further ATC, continue with Unicom 122 decimal 8.
Unicom 122.
Oh god, I'm pleased you can still hear me. It's a bit of a nightmare sometimes hearing. So obviously my headphones, it sounds like really loud, but I don't know how that relates really. So it sounds like refueling's in progress. A little bit stuttery at times. So right, let's just sort our flight plan out. So we're expecting runway 05 left. Standard instant departure. Ooh. Good point actually. What is our SID? Desig 1 Sierra, I guess. It's interesting. Just having a good look at our flight plan. It doesn't look quite right, but I'm gonna hazard a guess it'll be Desig 1 Sierra departure, because we are going. That's what I'm gonna hazard a guess at anyway. Arrival is ILS 32, or is it VOR? Oh, we don't even have an ILS. So, what would we suggest? Let's have a look on Navigraph. See what looks the better routing. So Yankee, 32 Yankee, via the Astus 1 Papa arrival.
China 2 Bravo ready for pushing start up, please.
Ryanair 2 Bravo, stand 50, pushing start approved, onto Golf, face west.
Face west, 1 Golf, Ryanair 2 Bravo.
There we go. We shall see how things work out from that. So then, we'll just have a quick chat with ground to just get our clearance. Sounds like everyone's on board. It's just now a case of waiting for fuel, which should be a little bit of a while. So then, let's request our clearance. Apologies, I am going to get the call sign wrong. I can absolutely reassure us that I'm going to get the call sign wrong, but we'll see how we're going on. Manchester ground, good evening. EasyJet Papa Golf with you on stand 55, type A321. Information Bravo, requesting IFR2 Kefalonia, please.
EasyJet Papa Golf, Manchester ground, hello. No flight plan. Set your call sign matches on the flight plan also.
Apologies, yeah, no, I will resubmit. So, I said to myself earlier, I won't submit the flight plan. So just bear with me 2 seconds, we'll just get this flight plan submitted. It's my bad that. I was going to do it earlier and then I thought, oh no, we won't bother, we'll leave it. Just make sure the routing's correct as well. Right then.
Manchester ground, good evening, Blue World 772, located at hotel.
Bear with me 2 seconds, we'll just get...
Manchester ground, welcome to Manchester. Taxi stand 112 via Juliet, Kilo, Papa, Delta, Echo.
Don't know if you noticed we're not using the CFM engines today.
Stand 112 by Juliet, Kilo, Papa, Delta, Echo, November Alpha, Blue World 772, thank you.
Pre-file, right. Pre-file, that's him. 63 Papa Golf, right, there we go. So we'll give it a couple of minutes just for that to appear on their end.
Manchester ground, good evening, Channel 532, request radio check.
Telex 532, Manchester ground, availability 5.
Let's have a quick gander out here.
5
See.
also, and Channel 532, we're a Boeing 737 on stand 107. Information Charlie, QNH 1010, request clearance to Innsbruck as filed.
Telex 532, Manchester ground, no flight plan filed, check your call sign matches.
Channel 532, standby.
Right, we'll just send a message saying just to have. Just see if they've got our flight plan.
3 Papa Golf,
Oh, okay.
Manchester ground, I've got your flight plan. I think you're on a Desig 1 Sierra departure, report able to accept.
Yeah, no, it's Desig 1 Sierra departure is absolutely fine. He's in 63 Papa Golf.
EGCC Papa Golf. Roger, cleared to destination I can't even pronounce it. Destination Lima Golf Kilo Foxtrot. Desig 1 Sierra departure. Reroute Desig. That is filed. Score 2254.
Clear to Kefalonia. This is 1 Sierra departure 2254. Easy 63 Papa Golf.
Easy 63 Papa Golf. Read back correct. I've modified your flight plan. QNH 1010. Report ready.
So then 2254. QNH 1010, which we've got. I'm just going to double check our initial climb out. So this here gone Sierra. So that shouldn't cause any particular issues. So have a quick look on here just to make sure that all looks okay. For our departure, that all looks banging. Wonderful. Right. Still waiting for the fuel. Once the fuel's on board, then we'll get going. So the problem is such a long flight. It takes a little while for everything to be ready. Like I say, we are using some different scenery. It's fairly nice in fairness. We have also got some scenery for Kefalonia. It is actually a 2020 scenery, but it says it's compatible with 2024. And I did have a quick test earlier, especially after our recent problems with terrain and scenery transition levels and issues, and the elevation of the runway and stuff. Everything seems to be working as it should be. So, once the fuel's on board, we can do the cockpit prep, and then we're nearly there. We're at 10. We're at 10 tons at the minute. Shouldn't be much longer. Yeah, so I did have to pay for the scenery at Kefalonia. It does look really nice actually, and it's also a little bit the scenery around the outside. It was only, I think it was £7. It wasn't a lot. And there is a sale on at the minute with Innerbuilds and Contrail. So yeah, it's certainly worth having a look if you are considering buying any scenery for anything. Yeah, I had a look yesterday. I was having the reason why I decided to go to Kefalonia is one because potentially looking at going there on holiday. Maybe, I don't know, for a few days, but we'll see. It looks really, really nice. To be fair, and it seems
532. That should be filed. Our flight plan.
Fenix 532. Thanks. Cleared to Innsbruck, Listo 2 Sierra departure.
oh, it seems to be taking forever.
So to Innsbruck is filed. Listo 2 Sierra departure. Squawk 1077. Channel 532.
Still going.
532. Be back correct. QNH 1010. Report ready.
QNH 1010. We have Charlie and Wilco at Channel 532.
It's going to be one heavy plane, this is. I know. Yeah, they seem to be stood about, don't they? I do like the different styles that it uses, though, to be fair, for refueling. Because obviously sometimes you get the full shell truck coming. Then sometimes they use this. This does take a little bit longer to set up, though. But I quite enjoy watching them set it up, to be fair. And I have noticed GSX have gone away from using the big bins. I was on a flight yesterday and we're not using the big bins, they were putting individual suitcases on. So GSX is certainly coming along its way. I know also the water refilling and everything like that's all done now, which wasn't before. So then we'll get ready in a minute to go. So we're basically ready as soon as they've finished messing about putting fuel in. We'll be ready to go. Yeah, definitely double check to see if it needs an update, Gareth, because I found that the other day. I think it does depend on what plane you're in. So I was in the 320 yesterday, and that's when it decided to do it. Obviously in this it's gone with bins, which I think it depends on what the configuration of the airline is. Although EasyJet never used bins anyway, to my knowledge. They always put individual suitcases on, so No idea. But it's quite good to stand. I stood down there, watched them do it, to be fair. Right, we're probably not a million miles away from being done. Let's have a look. We're nearly there. So then. I'll see what else can come on. Cockpit prep checklist. Gear pins covers removed. Fuel quantity is 30.1 tons. Seatbelt on.
That's the ground
And
Bravo
is set to nav.
9507, radio check.
Berth 1010. And we'll start the APU.
7 Manchester ground, visibility 5.
So before start checklist, park and brake is set. Takeoff speeds on thrust. Takeoff speeds 153, 158, 158. Thrust to 51. Windows are closed, I believe. Let's just have a quick gander at the door page. Yep. And a beacon is now on. So I'll get everyone ready and raring to go for departure. So we're just waiting for the APU. Oh wow, that's noisy. Deafening.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to your EasyJet flight today. A special welcome to
Chicago 337 Manchester ground, hello. Cleared London Heathrow. List OT Sierra departure.
Still messing about getting rid of everything. So we can have a guest taxi route today. Let's have a look. See what. Where are we?
very hard. Stand back today.
Chicago 337 correct. 3811010. Report ready.
Fairly straightforward taxi over here. Down to Golf, probably onto Juliet.
For 2 minutes of your time.
Juliet, Kilo, out and then Alpha, really. Fairly straightforward route out. With a bit of luck. Depends if they decided to use the inactive runway.
Bravo
Sometimes they do.
9507, VFR to Newcastle, free departure, routing MCP 0712 POL, POL 08, POL GOKOV, IRKOR, XORDU, ETSES cruising 8000, request clearance.
What the hell is he just talking?
Bravo 9507, Roger, standby for clearance, Sheila Moore.
Don't know how he understood any of that. But there we go. So let's ask for our clearance. We'll just make sure we've got our taxi bits and bobs. We've got a British Airways aircraft next to us. So looks like a lot of ATC's gone offline. When I first looked, there was loads online. So we'll see how we go with that.
507. Manchester ground, startup is approved, course taxi.
Yeah, I think he did list every waypoint, but how did he even say that, like, so quickly? I don't know.
No, I just
There we go,
saw that
that's-
GA ramp, so no tracking yet.
Bravo 9507, you look to be on stand 241 in the building site. So if you don't require pushback, just course taxi, and he starts with a boot.
Like I say, I'll probably get the call sign wrong, I would imagine, at some point.
Bravo 9537.
Might put a note in front of me with it written in big letters.
If the air supply fails, masks will drop from above you. Pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen. Put the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Hold the mask in place with the strap. Pull on each side to adjust. Put on your own mask before helping others.
Right then. Manchester ground, Easy 63 Papa Golf is ready for push stand 55.
Remove it from the pouch and put it over your head.
E63 Papa Golf, stand 55, push start approved, safe west.
Push start approved based on west, Easy 63 Papa Golf. So then, we'll get GSX hopefully doing its thing. There we are, nose to the left, tail to the right.
Release parking brakes.
Brakes released, we're clear to push.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Start sequence 2, then 1 starting 2.
It contains important safety information specific to this aircraft, such as the brace position
And
the
our
operation of the
performance, so
exits.
up 0.9.
Please now close your seat table, put the armrest down, open the window blinds, and fasten your seat belts. Thank you for your attention.
Feel free to say hello, guys. There's a few of you online at the moment, so feel free to say hello. We're just pushing back from the stand. Let's have a... Just trying to work out what GSX is doing. Hopefully, there you go. It's starting to turn now. Just getting a little bit nervous. Then it wasn't going to turn me. This engine sounds really quiet. So flaps can go to 2. That's 2 started. Starting 1.
Set parking brakes.
Brakes release, clear to disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Oh, are they? I've never really noticed if I bet if you go down ground level, I bet they probably are floating, to be fair. Might be worth a reinstall, to be fair, Gareth. It's quite possible. Maybe it needs a bit of a reinstall. Just waiting for that to start and then we'll get on our way.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Flight control check. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Rudder. Full left. Full right. So that is that engine start. AP can come off.
507, Master Van.
After start check is anti-ice not required. Econ status is checked. Pitch trim 0.9 up. And the rudder trim is neutral.
You filed VFR, is that correct?
Yes, correct, VFR.
And just double checking, you're a Diamond DA40.
Yes, type is site DA40 NG.
I'm not able to get any clearance for you. No clearance controllers are online at the moment, so it will probably departure at your discretion on Unicom.
Roger that, Bravo 9507.
Yeah, no, I did notice that. It's a proper old school BA, isn't it? Like one of the ones that, where the windscreen blew out on.
Shuttle 337, stand by 4 for mission start.
He's gonna have to wait.
Shuttle 337, stand 5-4, push and start approved. Ashley, hold position, stand by.
Yeah.
Oh.
Manchester ground, easy. 6-3 Papa Golf is ready for taxi.
Onto Golf, face east.
Oh.
Go
Shuttle 337, stand 5-4, push and start approved onto Golf, face east.
Hello, John. Push start through.
I'm ready for taxi, so that's pretty pointless. Don't think you heard me, to be fair.
Station calling, Manchester ground, pass message.
Easy 6-3 Papa Golf is ready for taxi.
Easy 6-3 Papa Golf. Caution as a British Airways Boeing 737-800 pushing onto Golf, should be facing east. Taxi holding point Alpha 1, runway 05 left, via left on Golf 4, Juliet, Papa, Bravo and Alpha.
So wait for the British Airways to push onto Golf and then clear to Alpha 1, left to Golf 4, Juliet, Papa, Bravo and Alpha. Easy 6-3 Papa Golf. I think that's right. Let me just have, whilst we're waiting for them to push, we'll wait for them to push first. To be fair, he's pushing. I see what's happening. He's pushing nose, so we can go first left here. Down to Juliet. Onto Papa Bravo. Okay, I see. Right then. Start taxi. Taxi checklist. Flight control check. Flaps setting. Config 2.
63 Papa Golf. It's at your discretion, but you should be clear of the British Airways providing they push facing east.
Yeah, no worries. We're gonna just make this first left turn onto Golf 4 as we speak. Yeah. Hopefully we'll get ourselves around there. Obviously, I've got to remember a little bit longer in the 321 just to make sure we get around everywhere.
Master Ground, hello. Tom Jet 3 Mike Kilo with you. Information Charlie. Stand 111. Requesting IFAC clearance to London.
So radar predictive wind shear system is on and auto. TCAS T8.
Tom Jet 3 Mike
Edge
Kilo.
sector is norm. You can memo
Take
take off.
Listo to Sierra departure.
There is one blue there.
32.
Clear Tom's up on listed to Sierra departure. Squawk 6332. Tom Jet 3 Mike Kilo.
Tom Jet 3 Mike Kilo, correct. QNH1010. Report ready.
And ground Bravo 0597. Information Charlie received. Ready to taxi.
So continuing straight ahead Juliet by the look of things.
Bravo 07. QNH1010. Taxi holding point November Charlie 1 via November Charlie.
There you go. Cabin is ready. Hello, flight deck.
Hello, that's cabin secure for takeoff.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Shuttle 237 ready for taxi.
QNH 1010. Taxi and holding.
Say a bit out of tower online.
Charlie,
It's going to be a bit of a quiet approach out there.
Via November Charlie Bravo 9507.
Shuttle 337.
So you're going to be next right.
Holding point Alpha 1, runway 05 left. Via a right Golf 4, right Juliet, Kilo, Bravo and Alpha.
Taxi holding point Alpha 1 for 05 left, right on to Juliet, Kilo, Bravo and Alpha. Shuttle 237.
It should be a fairly straight taxi now. Just continue straight pretty much. Must admit, I do quite like this scenery. It's very, very nice. Are you doing any flights tonight then, Gareth? Is that your plan, or are you just having a chilled night? I say it may be a little bit boring once we get airborne, but depends on what ATC's online, because it looks like there's quite a lot going across Europe being online. But it'd be nice if we do get some in Kefalonia. We probably won't, realistically, because there's no ILS, so chances are the runway operations probably doesn't extend to that time of night. Obviously, I know we're sort of middle of the day. I'm trying to think what time it is. Flight time, it's suggesting that it's 3 hours 13 minutes, so it's better than the 3 hours 50 that it thought. Obviously, it'll be nice and probably not tonight. Yeah, no worries, mate. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, I must admit, that's what made me change the time, to be honest, just because I'm so used to flying at night. It's very rare we actually fly in the day, to be fair. And obviously things look a lot prettier at night. In the daytime, sorry, not at night. Well, I'm saying that sometimes it looks pretty at night. Depends on where you're flying. But I think where we are going to, they've got some really nice beaches and things. Very, very blue water. From what?
EasyJet Papa Golf, no further ATC. Continue with Unicom 122.8.
Over to Unicom 122.8. EasyJet 63 Papa Golf. We're at 30 knots, we'll just move across on the channel. So it is a packs off departure. Let's just try and slow ourselves down a touch. We will take the next left. Just try and slow ourselves down a bit. So packs 1 and 2 both off. Line up checklist. Take away, confirm 05 left. Flap setting config 1. Config 2. TCAS TARA packs 1 and 2 both off. Let me just see if we've got anyone inbound, because it looks like we've got something on the radar there. Manchester traffic. EasyJet Papa Golf lining up runway 05 left. I think we'll be okay. See, I have the opposite problem. I forget to turn the packs back on again. And to be fair, it's nothing wrong. You don't. It depends on the performance, really. You don't always have to turn them off. Not all flights have them turned off. It just depends on the performance. So let's bring ourselves around.
Manchester traffic, Ryanair to 899 are heading 221 and continue to descend to flight level 5000, keeping enough separation.
London, that's on.
Airbus A320 ahead for runway 05 left.
Manchester traffic, EasyJet Papa Golf, immediate departure, runway 05 left, Manchester traffic. So, take off.
Traffic, Eurowings 3 Lima Victor, we're not on for the ILS 05 left, we're going for 05 right.
Manflex 51 SRS runway, auto thrust blue. Just get on that centre line a little bit better. $100 knots. V1, rotate. Positive climb, gear up. Nav. Manchester traffic, easy, 63 Papa Golf, clear of runway 05 left. Laps 1. Bus climb. Still waiting for my new throttles. Yeah. Packs 1 and 2 on. So let's try and keep on that. Manchester's looking pretty good today. We did pick out
Manchester traffic, Ryanair 2899 are turning right, heading 311.
Did pick out Old Trafford the other day.
Runway 05 left.
It's quite a stable plane, this, to be fair. Right, his strobe lights off. Yeah, so it is. There we go. So I've had an update. They basically, all they've said, they've not been very helpful, to be honest. All they said is it'll be with me by the delivery date. But the problem is the delivery period, they said, was between the 10th of April and the 10th of May. So I think we're probably going to be looking more towards the 10th of May. As the fact we've gone past it. Flap 0. Looking a bit murky over Manchester this afternoon.
Roger, we will go via Dean and then south vector around to the eyelash runway 05 left, Manchester traffic.
Unfortunately, there's no ATC really until we get over the water a little bit at the moment. Yeah, they do look a little bit wet, don't they? It has been raining in the UK today, to be fair. I'm just going to have a look now, actually. Obviously, the thing is the weather will be earlier in the day, so depending on what the weather was like earlier. There's nothing... So I can go back a little bit. Yeah, to be fair, there was a bit of weather there earlier on today, so that's probably why. Ooh. Get a bit of wind flex there. This would be the Peak District we're flying over at the moment. So sort of be over, just over Sheffield direction in a moment. For those of you that know the UK reasonably well. Probably not much good for Gareth in Ireland there, but... fairly pretty though, fairly pretty. We'll put terrain on. So we'll start climbing out to our cruise level.
Heading 230 at flight level 9S7, Manchester traffic.
33,000 set and managed. I've got through some more cloud. No, you probably don't have a clue, to be fair, mate. So, yeah, the Manchester Airport sat literally in like a next to a national park. So when you take off, pretty much you fly straight over that national park. Then not a million miles. It's probably Sheffield that we can see in front of us, to be fair. That was settlements, but so standard set. Once we get to 10,000, we'll take the seatbelt signs off, and then obviously the landing lights will come off as well. And then we'll see what it's like. I've never flown this far, to be fair, and furthest I've probably flown, it's probably down to Lanzarote, to be fair. Not been much further than that, but it's going to be a long night though, 3 hours and 15 minutes. I'm sure we'll find other things to do on the way. And that's why I'm hoping there's a little bit of ATC on the way over. Just something to keep us listening. It's fairly quiet at Manchester today as well. Normally it's quite busy. Sometimes it can take you 40 minutes to get off the ground, so it's quite nice to be able to get away on time. So 10,000 feet landing lights come off and we'll release the cabin. So obviously we've got the IAE engines on this Airbus. It's alright in fairness, quite like it. I think they sound nicer when they're spooling. I'm looking forward to the new Neo that comes out though, I must admit. I wouldn't say I'm the best at flying the 321 though, especially when it comes to landing, so could be in for a treat. And also because there's no ILS either, it's a VOR approach. It could make it a little bit more interesting. What else are you up to tonight then, Gareth? Just chilling, or? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the new FenixA. Yeah, like you say, the weather radar, I think it's going to be amazing. I can't believe they're like the first ones to create it as well. They do some pretty incredible stuff. Let's have a look, see how we're looking on the... Got a slightly different view on the left wing to the right wing. Nothing too drastic. Oh, I'd be no good at that, to be fair, Gareth. I have watched it, in fairness. Yeah, I'm not really that. I'm not switched on enough for that. Clouds are looking pretty mean today. I do love this view though, I must admit. That I'm pleased I've managed to fathom out how to do the views. The only problem is that you can't... I've tried to get a better external view, but it's really difficult to get that without disconnecting the autopilot. So there's a slight bug with it. If you go in the exterior view and then start moving about, it quite often disconnects the autopilot for some reason. So these are technically all internal views, but there's a special little trick of how to get it looking on the outside. So basically what you need to do is you go in the cockpit view. I'll show you briefly. Neat little trick. So what you want to do, you want to go into just the normal pilot view, and basically what you want to do, say for example you want to look over the right side, you basically move all the way over to the right window so it won't let you any further, then you press co-pilot, and then it will spawn you outside, and that's how you get these nice views. And then you just reset the view with shift and space as normal. Yeah, so it's a fairly straightforward thing getting the views up, and then for the cabin views you just go into the list. Side signal zone, that's fine, don't ignore that. The constant fault. If you go down to instrument, which I find really bizarre, and you go down to like the cabin for example, obviously there's no passenger showing there because the door's shut at the minute, but then obviously you can there you go, we'll have passengers now. I've opened the door. But yeah, that's how you get all the different views. People sat on their iPads, look. This doesn't seem to be opening much, does he? I think we've got a full flight today, to be fair. I don't think there's a single seat free, from what I'm aware of, anyway. Oh no, there is a seat free there. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely getting worth getting views set up. It's just nice as well, just to be able to see. Like, I quite like them for just seeing how far the loading's going with the bags and stuff. It's just quite nice to see. And obviously for me it makes slightly better videos. I did try and have a go with the replay tool to see if I could use that in any way. Well, oh, it stresses me out. It really stresses me out just operating it. I can't believe there's not a better way of doing it. So then we must be somewhere near Doncaster. Oh, I think we've already gone past Doncaster Airport, to be fair, which is my local. I think roughly where we are at the minute Let's have a look. So we got just over to the right hand side. We got Waddington airfields. So basically, we've got loads of Echo Golf X-Ray Charlie. That's Coningsby. Just loads of different airfields, really. I don't know what I've done with my view. I seem to have broke it. Yeah, that's what I find with the replay tool. It's really, really glitchy. Yeah, it doesn't. Absolutely that. It doesn't show everything properly. It always thinks you're operating the spoilers, for example, when you're really not. I think down here is one of the airfields that we can just see in that little triangle. I don't know if you can quite make it out, but just trying to establish why I've not got that upper view now. There we go. Let's watch the wing chop through these clouds that are up ahead. Some of the clouds do look a little bit angry though. Yeah, I must admit, so I've actually kind of worked that out, I think. So I think it depends on what settings you have. I think if you've not got very good settings, like generally I don't run on anything particularly big. I think if you got your field of depth or field of view or whatever it's called on a higher setting, it does seem to work quite well. But then and sometimes you do see the landing and sometimes you don't. I don't know if it's because it depends on the model. I'm not too sure if I'm honest, but I have seen it on some occasions where it has been out. So I don't know if it just depends on the whole story of things, but there we go, we're just going through some of these clouds. Yeah, it probably is just trial and error. I must admit, as you know, I've fiddled with settings loads. I think until this new sim update comes out, I won't be able to run it any better. Saying that, from the things I'm hearing about this new sim update, I'm not hearing very promising things about it. Seems to be a little bit, a little bit dodgy still, from what I've heard. But yeah, hopefully, I think the problem is it uses so much VRAM, and I don't know why it uses so much. So like, I obviously have a 12GB card, and it's not sufficient enough. No way is it sufficient enough to run it at like 60 frames or even 4K. No, I'm not too sure. So it's in a beta at the minute. I've watched a few videos on a beta, though they've had loads of issues with it, so I don't know when it's going to be out. I know they're on about already Sim Update 3, but I think they need to get 2 right first. I think the problem with this sim is they rushed getting it out way before it was ready, so I didn't buy it initially. I waited a couple of weeks before I bought it, because obviously loads of people had so many issues on the first day. And then I thought, oh, I will buy it, and now I've started to buy more things for it. And don't get me wrong, it is a really good sim. Like, when it works brilliantly. Like, the weather's a lot better. The handling's a lot better. The scenery looks slightly better. I wouldn't say it like it's not so much of a wow factor like 2020 was compared to FSX, but it's pretty good. Yeah, no, I'm not a big lover of this sim yet. I'm getting there, but and like a lot of the add-ons are out for it. I think the FenixA will also run better once they bring the update out for it. Because obviously this is still technically running on like a 2020 version. There's not been any proper updates out for it yet. pretty amazing it runs as well as it does though, considering all the changes that have been made. Anyway, let's jump back into said cockpit. Let's see how we're getting on this. So, we're pretty much... where are we? North bookend, I would imagine. Yeah, somewhere sort of like Great Yarmouth, Norfolk way, I would imagine. That's sort of where we are roughly. Well, hopefully we have no engine failures today like we did yesterday. Yeah, no worries mate, that's fine. Yeah, sure, just drop me a message on Discord if you want, or whatever, whichever. Yeah, we'll try and get some good views. Obviously, it is quite a long flight, so chances are I probably won't be sat down for 100% of it. Well, I'll definitely need a drink for some of it. I would say I'd do some uni work, but that's all done for now. Until June, and then it can all start again. But yeah, thanks for joining us anyway, Gareth. I really appreciate it, mate. I've had a few people watch, to be fair. I think I've seen 4 is the max I've seen on my end showing. But I must admit the subscribers is slowly increasing. Very, very slowly, but one of my videos though, one of the review one I did, it's got like 1.6k or something. It might have been 2.6k actually, but it's they're certainly getting more views, that's for sure. When I look at them, they're certainly getting more and more views. It depends on what it is. Like, realistically, this video, when it properly downloads, not many people will watch it from start to finish. Most people will probably skip, and I don't blame them, because when I watch videos like that, I would skip it as well. You skip it to the landing and just watch what you need to watch. But I thought at least with the live stream, it can get people to come in and have a chat as well. Seems a little bit rocky though. Getting buffeted by a little bit of wind, only like 20 knot wind though, nothing too drastic. Yeah, I'm sure someone will say it, drop in and say hi. We normally get a few people. Yeah, no worries, take care mate, we'll see you later on, or I'll speak to you later on. And thanks for joining for the departure anyway. I think the time we land, well, what's it saying? We've got 1,280 miles. 1826 is saying, and we're 1535 according to the screen here. So it's around 3 hours roughly, won't it? Just short of 3 hours. Well, probably less than that, probably about 2 hours. About 2.5, something like that. Yeah, feel free to drop in for the approach. We'll see what it's like, see how laggy it is today. Hopefully it's not as laggy as it was yesterday. So guys, feel free to say hello in the chat. was worth saying hello. Even just general chit chat's absolutely fine. Now we're sort of in the cruise, there's not a huge amount to do. So it's one of the longest flights we've done, to be fair. So initially we'll be flying into a sort of Belgium area. I think we will. So we're over the ocean at the moment. We'll be coming into some form of airspace in a minute. So we may actually, because we will be above that flight level, so chances are we probably won't need to speak to them. I'm hoping we do have some ATC on when we get into Greece. We'll certainly have some. Adria radar center. We'll be back in a few minutes anyway. We're just, like I say, we're just climbing really. There's not really a huge amount going on. So we're in the 321, which we've not flown much on this channel, to be fair. Mainly because of the weight situation, and also I'm not the best at flying it. I always worry about striking that tail on the floor. But we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Just going to make a drink. Back in a few minutes, so we'll let you enjoy the views out over the window. See which one looks better. Definitely over the right side looks better. And we'll see you in a few minutes. just about our cruise level now. If we have a quick look. We're just about to come over the top near sort of Belgium area. Just needs our cup of teas now to pop in the holder. A nice cup of tea. What's going on in the cabin? Not much really, they were just sat there waiting for the painful 3 hours to be over. The estimates will have about 3.1 tonnes of fuel once we get up there. So we're hoping it's not going to be, maybe just coming towards sort of sunset time over there, but we're hoping it's not going to be dark. That would be very disappointing. Hopefully we don't need, there's no particular weather showing send. I think we'd already had a look, so it's quite well 245 miles away, that's 3,000. Don't think we'll go anywhere near Schiphol. Okay, so they still do want us to contact them. So 135960, 135. Just get that tuned in now, so 135. Trying to work out what centre that would be actually. Amsterdam centre.
Airline 7 West Alpha radio check.
Airline 7 Whiskey Alpha 25, how many?
Great, that's fine, thanks. You are 5 as well.
So we just let them know our altitude.
Airline 7 Whiskey Alpha, contact Bremen 126.325, bye bye.
Thanks so much. We'll contact Bremen radar on 126.325. Airline 7 West Alpha, good night.
Amsterdam Easy 63 Papa Golf is with you, flight level 330.
Easy 63 Papa Golf Amsterdam identified.
So all they'll tell us is that we're identified. There's no reason to. They won't really adjust anything with our routing. We'll probably stay exactly the same as we were.
Amsterdam radar, good evening. Singapore 423, climbing flight level 30, passing 360. Singapore 423, Maastricht, roger.
We've just got the mainland coming into view now. And then it's pretty much straight across land the whole way. We will have a quick look at the MCDU actually, just to see if there's any preferred flight level. We'll just have a quick look at progress. Optimal's 340, obviously we need to go on odds and evens. Sure, 330 is what we've got in the box. Yeah. Yeah, so we can't fly at 340, we'll have to stay at 330. Still got that little bit of a wobble on. Seems to be a little bit like that in the 321. It seems to have a little bit of a wobble. I think it depends if there's a side wind. If there's a bit of a side wind, it does seem to wobble a touch. Nothing drastic though.
Master radar, EasyJet Mike Yankee.
EasyJet Mike Yankee, Master, set squawk 2762.
Squawk 2762, EasyJet Mike Yankee.
We'll really say hello if you're joining us.
EasyJet Mike Yankee, you are identified.
Affirm 72 Mike Yankee.
Sometimes they can be long old flights when there's not much engagement from people, but we'll see how we go. It's nice to see out as well. Obviously we just got the coastline coming into view now. The sim may struggle a little bit more because I've not flown over this part. I've flown roughly over Amsterdam before, but I've not flown sort of over East Germany and down into Italy. Not really flown that sort of route. Should be quite nice and scenic though. Guess we'll see when we get a little bit closer. It'll certainly be more scenic when we get closer to the ground.
Maastricht, good evening. Scanner 36 Echo, fly level 360 inbound Victor.
Scanner 36 Echo, Maastricht, identified.
We're slowly getting there. Presume that's probably Amsterdam that I can just see over to my... Or is it Rotterdam actually? Have a quick look over here though. See how we're all looking down. So yeah, this is Amsterdam Airport. We have flown here a couple of times before. As you can see, it is a nightmare of an airport. It is absolutely humongous. Got, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runways.
Airline 5 Mike Quebec, flight level 380 inbound to Stuttgart.
Should have some aircraft coming into view as well.
Master, hello. Expect to cross Woody at flight level 150. Report when ready for descent.
Expecting Woody at 150, we report when ready for descent, Airline 5 Mike Quebec.
Yeah, it's one massive airport, as you can see.
Airline 3 Tango X-ray, contact Bremen 126.325.
We have Rotterdam Port over here to the left hand side.
Airline 3 Tango X-ray. Fijne avond Niels.
Avond. Lufthansa 717, contact Maastricht 122.185.
122.185.
Maastricht bedoeling Jurgens van Lima, Flatwood, westbound to Curls.
Jurgens van Lima, Maastricht, roger.
So we'll have a little bit of look of the destination information as we get a little bit closer. Should be a fairly nice flight. There's no reported weather of concern really. I think the worst of the weather was coming out of Manchester, to be fair. A little bit, few shower clouds about. Don't forget to say hello if you joined the live. Feel free to join in the chat. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. This is our longest flight that we've ever done on the stream. We normally tend to do short hops. Chances are that's probably what we'll do tomorrow. We'll do it because we've got a nice long one tonight. We're not going to be doing the return leg back from Greece. We'll probably do a nice little short hop. Maybe a Manchester to Dublin or something along them lines, or over to Brussels or somewhere. Something a little bit different. Maybe back to Norway again. I quite enjoyed flying in Norway. The only thing I struggle a little bit is with the accent in Norway. But to be fair, you can say that about everywhere in the east.
5, Michael Beck, descend now, level 260.
I think Greece is very similar as well.
260 will be on 5 Michael Beck.
We've only got 1,123 miles left to go.
Control Eagle Outside Charlie, left here at 39,000 feet, 8.8 nautical miles from Topper.
1816 Charlie, Maastricht identified.
So I would imagine we'll be coming out of controlled airspace shortly. Whether we may actually go on to another 12603. We shall see, it just depends. Yeah, any second now really we'll be going out of controlled airspace. Just want to establish who's controlling this.
EasyJet to Lima Mike Maastricht, confirm you're flying normal simulator rate now. EasyJet to Lima Mike, roger. Yeah, before you were flying faster than 1 time simulator rate.
So we're going to probably come out of controlled airspace in a second, I would imagine. It does look like there is some more. There's more under control, but Oh no, it's a lie. We will stay with Amsterdam for a bit longer.
Again, 36 Echo, the next sector requires an alt flight level. It's like 350, 370 or something else.
We can take flight level 370, Skyline 36 Echo.
Again, 36 Echo, what's your climb level 370?
Climbing 370, Skyline 36 Echo.
I don't know how we're looking. Sim seems to be running fairly well tonight, in fairness, which makes a change. So it's a little bit of a boring flight at the moment. We'll try and get a little bit of a better view for you guys so you can see all the way across the cockpit as well. I do quite like a different angle across the cockpit. It's nice to see at times. Like I say, it's quite a long flight over to Greece. I didn't realise it was quite as long as it is. Hello, welcome to the channel. Feel free to say hello. Let me know whereabouts you're from. And what your sort of experiences with flight sim.
Identified.
Identified, speedbird 817.
EasyJet Papa Golf, contact Maastricht, 122, decimal 185.
Over to pardon, 122.085. Easy 63 Papa Golf.
To be sure, 122, 185.
122, 185. Easy 63 Papa Golf. 122, 185.
Level at Norco.
Descend to 260 level by Norco for Formic Romeo.
KLM 428, contact Amsterdam radar, call sign only please, 124880.
Roger, 124880 Amsterdam.
Mistrat radar.
Goedenavond, Safari 38 Tango, flight level 400.
Safari 38 Tango, goedenavond.
Moin, Leipzig 1067, flight level 240.
Leipzig 1067, hallo, Leipzig flight level 290.
290 for Leipzig 1067.
With air 2114, descend to flight level 260, rate 1500 or greater.
Mistrat radar. Easy 63 Papa Golf is with you, flight level 330.
Easy 60 Papa Golf, hello, roger. With air 1114, descend to flight level 260, rate 1500 or greater.
Descend to level 260, rate 1500 or greater.
There we go, so the new control region I've not come across before.
Today, Scandinavian 566, flight level 430 inbound Ham.
Scandinavian 566, hello, roger. Qatari 4 Mike Romeo, on conversion speed 310 knots.
On conversion speed 310, Formic Romeo.
Qatari 98 Charlie, on conversion speed 310 knots.
On conversion speed 310 knots, Qatari 98 Charlie.
Easy 7925, visual navigation to Lomka.
Direct to Lanka, 79925.
Lufthansa 3412, climb to flight level 320 for now.
Lufthansa 3412, can you repeat the frequency please? Sorry.
Lufthansa 3412, climb to flight level 320.
Flight level 320, Lufthansa 3412.
Yeah, thank you. With air 1114, on conversion speed 280 knots.
It's on conversion to 80 knots, so with air 1114. Maastricht Center, Scandinavian 675.
Scandinavian 675, hello, roger. Qatari 908 Charlie, report call sign only to Amsterdam radar 124.880.
Amsterdam 124.880, call sign only, Qatari 908 Charlie, good night.
With your 1114, turn right, heading 260.
Right, heading 260 with the 1114.
Lufthansa 717, 12 Unicorn now, bye bye.
Another aircraft.
Maastricht radar, Bruder, Qatari 23 Whiskey, Flight 280, inbound next year.
Qatari 23 Whiskey, hello, roger.
We've got another aircraft coming at us.
Lufthansa 3412, requesting 2 minutes away from the cockpit.
Lufthansa 3412, negative, standby.
Standby.
There's the other aircraft coming past us.
Lufthansa 3412, first contact Maastricht radar on 135.960.
135.9960, country for 1, thank you, bye bye.
Lufthansa 57 Lima, flight 380.
Lufthansa 57 Lima, hello, roger. Edelweiss 675, contact Bremen radar 126.325.
Contact Bremer Tower 126, decimal 325, Edelweiss 675.
Got another aircraft behind us.
Scandinavian 566, report your map number.
Mark .875. 566.
Scandinavian 566, maintain Mach .87 or greater.
Mark .87 or greater, Scandinavian 566.
Master EasyJet Mike Yankee, flight level 370.
I see a little bit more laggy now.
EasyJet Mike Yankee, hello, roger.
So if you're new to the stream, don't forget to give us that like on the video and feel free to pop a comment in there, and if you really want to see more content, then hit that subscribe button.
Select 49er Fox to Papa, hello, roger. Qatari 4 Mike Romeo, report call sign only to Amsterdam radar 124.880.
Amsterdam radar 124.880, call sign only 4 Mike Romeo, bye bye.
Condor 6 Hotel Whiskey, descend to flight level 250, rate 2000.
So we'll probably go on to the next radar freezer, 127. 365. Langen radar. We may not go over to them, but we probably will. So we're just over Dusseldorf at the moment. Not that you'll be able to see a great deal from there, I don't think. I'm thinking about getting another graphics card. I don't know if anyone's got any suggestions for graphics cards, but I know a lot of people tend to stick with the NVIDIA, but I'm seriously thinking about an AMD.
Mach .85.
Just because they're a little bit cheaper, you can get over double the performance, really.
With their 114, resume navigation direct to Norco.
Resume or navigation direct Norco with their 114.
Turkish 84 Foxtrot, speed Mach .85.
Speed Mach 85 in Turkish, 181 Foxtrot.
Air Canada 100, report your Mach number.
Mach .828, Air Canada 100.
Air Canada 100, roger, maintain that. Maintain about Mach .83, thank you.
Maintain approximately 0.83 aircraft 100.
With a 1114, report your call sign only to Amsterdam radar now, 124.880.
124.880, call sign only, thanks for service at night, Wizard 1114.
Charlie 906 Charlie, when ready, descend to flight level 260, level at local.
Very nice. Charlie, when ready, level 260, level Bello.
Feel free to say hello in the comments if you're new to the channel. Don't forget to give us a like and comment. And if you really want to see some more content, then feel free to subscribe. Normally you're a little bit more chatty than this, but it's normally because we're doing short hops. But I thought we'd do a bit of a change tonight. We've got a bit of time in hand, so I thought I will literally do a nice flight over to Greece. Never been to Greece before, so it'll be an experience for us all.
Scandinavian 675, when ready, descend to flight level 250, level at Riemann.
Hello, descend to flight level 250, level at Riemann, Scandinavian 675.
Qatari 38 Tango, report Mach number.
Mach this white 6, Qatari 38 Tango.
Qatari 38 Tango, reduce Mach point 83.
Reduce Mach point 833 Tango.
Qatari 2 Whiskey.
Qatari 22 Whiskey.
Qatari 2 Whiskey,
There's
power radar
3.1
gives us
tons
a
of
speed
fuel, got
restriction.
around
We still have to maintain
1,000
it.
miles left to go.
7 operator.
We're on the VATSIM network for those of you that are new
do you
to
prefer a lower
flight
speed?
simulation.
Oh, of course not.
Okay, good, thank you. Easy 63 Papa Golf, one of the Unicom, goodbye.
Over to Unicom, Easy 63 Papa Golf, bye.
Lufthansa 57 Lima, when ready, descend to flight level 250, level at Riemann.
122, just like tune that now.
Level at Riemann, Lufthansa 57 Lima.
Leipzig 1067, one of the Unicom, goodbye.
122.8, there we go. So it's a fairly long till we'll go into another sector of it's like Langen Center or another area in Germany, I think, as well. Munich radar, Munchen radar, and that's when we pretty much start going down towards the lovely Italy. So we've got a little bit of a crosswind. It seems to have settled for now though, it don't seem to be struggling as much. Slight turn there. Feel free to say hello if you enjoy the content, and if you just want to have a general chat about flight sim, if you're new to flight sim or got any questions, feel free to ask. I'll try and answer them the best I can. Not always able to answer them, but most of the time. For those of you who don't know, I've been doing flight simulation for about 15 years or so quite a few years now. On and off. Also, we'll have a look at our landing performance a little bit earlier, so before we start our descent. Obviously, we've got quite a way to go yet. There's no point really looking at the airport. The runway could change and all sorts. Ecam, flight control, we'll clear that, thank you. Oh, I don't like it when it makes that noise with the cutting of audio. It's nothing to do with anything I can deal with. It's basically just because the VRAM is getting to a point where the sim can't cope. But unfortunately, it seems to be happening more and more. I'm praying that we don't have any sort of crash to desktop. We've not had many, so hopefully on the nice long flight it shouldn't be like this. It should be fairly stable. Really bizarre because it's normally more stable the closer you are in the air, like it's more stable it should run. The system itself seems absolutely fine. It's just literally whatever's going on with the GPU usage. It's normally through the ceiling, so either in water cooling, and it doesn't run really hot, to be fair. It doesn't. It just is under constant load. We are looking at maybe upgrading the GPU at some point, but until we see what happens with these sim updates, I don't see the point, because it could just be a config error with the sim rather than an issue with my hardware. What we can see. So whereabouts are we at the moment? Let's have a quick gander to see whereabouts we are in the world. So we're not a million miles off coming to Langen radar. I don't know if we'll be at the right control zone for Langen radar. So we're around Frankfurt sort of area in Germany at the moment. So 1208. So we may not comply into it. We'll see if they request us. I would imagine once we go over here though, once we get to Munich, I'd imagine we'll be connected with Munich radar. It's really bizarre why the sim's so glitchy, to be fair. Like normally it's not as glitchy as this. So we've got another aircraft behind us. Let's have a quick look, see how close he is. Oh, he's quite a way across. Looks like he's on a slightly different route into ourselves. So I've been live 1 hour 43 minutes. Just say we're nearly halfway, to be fair, or getting on towards being halfway. Don't know whereabouts the halfway point is actually. Let's have a look. So ETP says about 240 miles and then we're at the halfway point. $948 miles left to go now. Better than the 1,400 miles we had to row before we started. Hi guys, welcome to the channel. Free to say hello. So we're just over Frankfurt area at the moment in Germany. Praying that the sim doesn't do anything stupid and crash on us. We've also got quite a long flight to go. The other thing as well, we've never flown this far east, so that could also be why it's a little bit more laggy, because it's obviously I'm streaming and it's also trying to stream the data as well. But it should be okay. Shouldn't be anything too scary that you can't deal with. I'm loving these wing views there, to be fair. It's nice to see. They're really nice to see at night time as well. Obviously I appreciate it is actually night time in the UK here at the moment, so if you are joining us from the UK and it's like bright daylight, it's just because we reset the sim timer back a little bit, and it was purely just to so we can actually land in the daylight hours. That's the problem. I tend to be more available at night time, so trying to get them, and we tend to get more viewers at night time as well, so sometimes I adjust the sim time a little bit. Hi Kyle, how are you, mate? Are you new to flight simming, or you been on flight sim for years, or are you just watching just because of, or? Obviously you can hear the little stutters we're having here and there. Like I said, I think it's because it's pre-caching all the terrain data, which we've not done before. Nice view down below us though. As you see, it is struggling a bit, but obviously the more I tend to fly over this direction, the better it will be. Sometimes the first time. How are you, mate? Whereabouts are you flying to? Are you flying locally, or are you whereabouts are you flying? Yeah, I do hope that they manage to sort flights in 2024 out a little bit better once these sim updates come out and make them a little bit more stable. Other than that, it runs reasonably well most of the time. Do have the odd issues there and there. The other reason why we're struggling a little bit is obviously if we're looking outside down at the ground, obviously it's constantly loading in new data. Oh, wonderful guy, thanks very much, mate. Oh, so you're over in Canada. Are you actually from Canada, or are you just flying over that direction from the UK, or whereabouts are you from? Must be, I'd love to fly over the pond a little bit more. Problem is I don't really have a plane that's that capable. The obviously A350 would be ideal for that. However, I'm not really I wouldn't say I'm not a big fan. I'm just I've spent quite a lot of money on hardware and stuff, so I kind of don't see the point in wasting the money, because obviously everything's slightly different. And to be fair, I love flying the 320, 321. Looking forward to the new Phoenix updates that come out with that. So you live in Canada. I'd love to visit Canada, to be honest. That's somewhere I do plan on visiting, if I'm honest, in my lifetime. Don't know whereabouts, but I've heard it's very, very nice. A little bit cooler than over here in the UK. So whereabouts are we now then? Let's have a quick gander. See if there's anywhere that I recognise. We're still over Germany obviously at the moment, but sort of Munich is where we're heading towards. What do you mean, how do I fly so good? I wouldn't say I'm an expert in flying, to be fair. If you watch some of my videos, you'll see some very, very dodgy landings, I can assure you. It is just practice though, in fairness. Like, so I've been doing flight sim. I don't know if you was here when I first joined, but I've done flight sim for about 15 years. Initially started just flying like little Cessnas, and then worked my way up to flying airliners. I actually used to hate flying Airbuses, and that's until I started practicing more. I used to always be a PMDG fan, if I'm honest. And don't get me wrong, I don't even own the new PMDG. So when you're on the map, how do you start at the gate? So if you're at the map, when you first load into flight sim, obviously you put the airport that you want to depart in. If you zoom into the map, there should be loads of little dots, and them little dots represent different gates. It helps more if you've got, depends on what airport obviously you're flying from. Some airports that aren't as well known don't have the gates showing. Like my local airfields, it doesn't have any of the gates showing. However, it's not for commercial use anyway. It's only like a private prop sort of airport. But yeah, it's fairly straightforward. Then it'll load you in to the gate. Obviously, it depends what scenery you got to how good the gate looks. Most of my flights I do, if I'm honest, we have payware scenery. Usually through either Contrail store or through Builds. Though I must admit, I've not been as impressed with the Builds. But so we're just having a quick look on the radar. So we've got an aircraft 3,000 feet above. Probably going to follow similar paths, to be fair, about 15 miles. It shouldn't be any problem to us, really. To be fair, they've gone off the radar completely now. Oh no, there they are. Never know, might see this aircraft to the right. We'll have a look out for him, see if we can see him. Probably go into this view actually and see what we can see. So whereabouts are you flying to then, Kyle? I'll try and see if we can establish where it is, but just trying to work out where this other aircraft is. It's about 3,000 feet above, but it's going to be quite a way above. Let's go back to the... Well, to be fair, I think he's already flown past us. I think we missed him. Sometimes you can see the contrails. Ah, there we go. Just got the contrails there over on the right side. Can't see the aircraft though. So once we get to Dinky, we'll probably be going into Munich radar, which is, we'll tune that now actually, 132, decimal 555. We'll just tune that ready. One, 132, 555, so that's ready and waiting to go. Yeah, no worries, mate. That's no problem. Like I said, I must admit there was a lot of differences with. I don't know if you ever owned Flight Sim 2020. There was some massive differences between, like, even the key bindings are completely different. If I'm honest, I don't really run the old keybinds. Some people still run the old keybinds because they were that bad, but to be fair, I've kind of adapted to the new keybinds now. Feel free to say hello to the other 3 people that we have online with us. Be nice to get you to say hello, find out where you're from, what your sort of experience with Flight Sim is, if it's something you're just looking at, just considering on buying, or what the story is. So if you were considering buying Flight Sim, I would certainly recommend buying it. However, you just got to be aware if there are some bugs with it at the moment, which I'm sure we will get to the bottom of eventually. Also, we had 2020 for 5 years before the new one came out, pretty much. I'm hoping this one we will have for a little bit longer. In fairness, there's not a lot of difference between 2020 and 2024. So, right, they want us to go over to Munich. 132555, wonderful.
I firm proceed direct RNX.
Vielen Dank, Condor 145, direct Annex.
So we'll just do a report to them just so they know what flight level we're at. So we'll just give our call sign and what flight level we're at, that's all we need to know.
09 Lima Alpha, mission radar service identified. Proceed direct Alaska, climb to flight level 380.
Munich radar, EasyJet Mike Yankee.
So we'll just wait to get our chance here.
EasyJet Mike Yankee, mission radar, hello identified. Report next waypoint.
Next waypoint is Lamsey.
EasyJet Mike Yankee, roger, thank you.
Munich radar, good evening. Easy 63 Papa Golf, flight level 330 inbound, X-Room.
Easy 63 Papa Golf, mission radar, hello identified. Proceed direct G-Mix.
Direct to Regis, Easy and 63 Papa Golf.
Easy 60 Papa Golf, negative, direct G-Mix, Golf, India, Mike, India, X-Ray.
See direct G-Mix, Golf, India, Mike, India, X-Ray, Easy 63 Papa Golf. So now we'll pop the direct into here. Golf, India, Mike, India, X-Ray.
And Express 9 X-Ray Lima, roger.
Hello, Air Fox 14 airbound in Nuremberg, 5,000 feet.
Air Fox 14, mission radar service identified. Climb to flight level 220.
220, Air Fox.
That's given us a little bit of a shortcut actually. Not by much, but maybe 10 miles shorter. As you can see, we're just about to reach the halfway point in about 150 miles or so. So it should go along quite quickly. Don't know what we can see out of here. Sometimes it's difficult with the accents to
Palestinian 907,
direct
advisory
where we're going.
destinate. Ciao.
Over to advisory 1228 for Palestinian 907 heavy, I'm Shane on the North Keys.
Last station calling, only static noise, please check your microphone. Leipzig Air 1067, monitor munition radar 128, correction, contact munition radar 128, decimal 030, ciao.
Munition radar 128, 030, Leipzig. Extended clean function.
Munition radar, good evening, Scandinavian 1652, flight level 134 for 367.
Scandinavian 1652, munition radar, hello identified. Climb to flight level 360, squawk 2055.
Climbing 360 and squawk 2055, Scandinavian 165.
Emirates 647, descend to flight level 240.
If I'm honest, Carl, I'm not too sure with the Xbox.
647, unroutable, descend to flight level 240.
I fly with the PC, so I've never flown with Xbox. I would imagine you just reduce the throttle how you would do normally on the controller. But if I'm honest, I'm not sure. You'll probably have to Google it, mate, to be fair.
Tram 350, Corona 3, Yankee Yankee.
Speedbird 741, Munition radar, hello, identified. Austrian 194, monitor advisory 122, the simulate, ciao.
Switch Unicorn, danke für den Service, frohe Ostern, ciao.
Ebenso bitte. Lufthansa 59 Victor, climb to flight level 380.
380, Lufthansa 59.
Emirates 647, please start the descent. Descent to flight level 240, proceed direct. Spesa, Sierra Papa, Echo, Sierra Alpha. Sorry, I cannot understand you. Please check your microphone. Emirates 647, I cannot understand you. Check your microphone.
Oh, that's really annoying.
Lufthansa 500 Victor, monitor advisory 122, to simulate, ciao.
Unicorn, Lufthansa 500 Victor,
Sun Express 9X for Lima, monitor advisory 122, to simulate, ciao.
So, chances are we'll go back over to advisory in a minute. But saying 1822 will be down, so about 1 hour.
647,
hour and 20 minutes roughly.
Langen radar 120, decimal 805, ciao.
It's gone quite quick there, to be fair.
Langen 120.80.
And every
EasyJet 756, request 5 minutes off the cockpit.
EasyJet 756, approved, report back.
Report back, EasyJet 756.
Unit, good evening, Contravia 6598 and 360 inbound map box.
Xavier 6598, Munition radar, Servus identified.
Fairly long haul flight. It's probably one of the longer flights that EasyJet fly, actually.
Level 340.
It's a real route. I must admit, I've not flown this particular aircraft for very much at all for this sort of distance.
Wing
So.
7 Foxtrot uniform, monitor advisory 122, decimate, ciao.
122 decimate, frohe Ostern, danke dir, ciao, ciao.
Ebenso, ciao, ciao. Condor 145, monitor advisory 122, decimate, ciao.
So we use a different. So basically, there's a different piece of software that runs in the background, something called VATSIM. If you've not heard of VATSIM, certainly worth looking into. It does enhance the realism quite significantly. You need to be fairly confident in flying the aircraft.
Currently 23 miles west.
I'm not sure if it is available for Xbox though, if I'm honest. I think it might be only PC. However, there are other options for Xbox, I believe.
Mike, Alpha Mike, Roger.
There are some AI versions as well.
Augsburg 1006, squawk 4454.
Alpha Mike, QNH 1006 and squawk 4454.
Delta Alpha Mike, correct, and you're identified. Current position 27 miles west of Valda, altitude indicating 4,400 feet, no report traffic.
Delta Alpha Mike, Roger, and would you be able to talk to Augsburg for crossing the CTR?
Delta Alpha Mike, yep, Roger, stand by. Air Fox 14, monitor advisory 122, decimate, Joe.
201,
Lot 434, monitor advisory 122, decimate, Joe.
Lot 44, uniform, bye-bye, Kefalonia to you.
Ryanair 46, November Victor, descent to flight level 270.
Descent flight level 270, Ryanair 46, November Victor.
Yeah, if I'm honest, with Flight Sim, if you do really get into it and enjoy it, I would highly recommend getting it on PC. It does run a lot better, has a lot of advantages over Xbox as well. So this aircraft particularly that I run is the FenixA A320 or A321, the expansion pack that we've got here. Granted, the aircraft does cost about 70 Great British pounds, which, well, will probably be a bit more for you guys. It works exactly as the real aircraft. Has loads of support with terms of hardware. It flies beautifully, constant updates, although we've not had an update since the new sim's been out, but there is one on the way. If you do enjoy flight sim, and this is probably my, say, the go-to. Obviously have a check out the bottom of the video and you will see things like my system specs of what I run, and obviously you can see how well it runs. It doesn't run badly, it's not amazing. I'd probably need to spend another £1,000 to get everything looking amazing, to be fair. A new graphics card's £1,000 as it is, to be fair. But other than that, it runs alright.
Delta Foxtrot Mike, Alpha Mike, München.
Delta Foxtrot Mike, Alpha Mike.
Delta Alpha Mike, I coordinated with Augsburg Tower. You have to call him for the CTR crossing, please. And yeah, report when you're ready.
Delta Alpha Mike, Wilco will stay on the frequency for a few more minutes.
Yep, Delta Alpha Mike, Roger.
Now, firefighter 433.
Speedbird 69 Alpha, München radar, hello, identified. Proceed direct to Gotthard.
So yeah, I definitely recommend some on the PC over the Xbox any day of the week.
Thank you.
Although it does run apparently very well on the Xbox. I think if you put Phoenix on it, it probably will.
6 Charlie, München radar, hello, identified. Ryanair 46 November Victor, monitor advisory 122, decimate, store.
122, decimate, bye-bye, Ryanair 46 November Victor.
Lufthansa 2 Hotel Tango, Mission radar has identified. Proceed direct upwards, climb to flight level 300.
München radar, good evening.
Papa Echo Yankee 525 with you, passing fly level 309 and descending to fly level 200.
Papa Echo Yankee 525.
So then we'll start having a look at our landing performance. We'll just initially try and request an ATIS for our routing. So we'll just pop down here, we'll request the weather information at first. We'll try for an ATIS.
Thank you, sir. Descend to fly level 170 to reach at Ostes, Papa Echo Yankee 525.
Motion radar, good evening, Ryanair 519 level 380, inbound to Mokti.
Ryanair 19, correction, Ryanair 5197, mission radar, hello, identified. Proceed direct Sierra Uniform Lima.
So there's no ATIS available, that's not a problem.
Sierra Uniform Lima, Ryanair 5197.
Go into the altitude menu.
Contact 6598.
Contact 6598, go ahead.
Request step climb to flight level 380, Transavia 6598.
Contact 6598, roger, climb to flight level 380.
So LG...
Climbing to flight level 380, thank you, Transavia 6598.
Delta from my crew information, our intentions have not changed. We'll continue on the flight route.
Delta Alpha Mike, roger. For further flight information, contact München radar at 128.
I'll put the right weather, the right code in, wouldn't it? So,
bye-bye.
Delta Flight, contact München radar 128.
LGKF.
Thank you for the service and bye-bye.
Mission Transavia T1 Alpha Timmy flight level 400.
Try again.
Transavia T1 Alpha from climb to flight level 400.
Climb to 400, T1 Alpha.
So then, wind 3107 knots, Cavalcade, QNH 1014, 16 degrees Celsius. Right, so we're going to the performance page. We can start plugging some of these numbers in as well. QNH 1014.
Moonshot radar, sorry, near 6567, short Diego Unicorn.
Ryanair 6567, you are in my airspace for another like 5 miles, but yeah, from monitor advisory 122 to simulate. Bye-bye.
122.8, thank you very much, good night.
EGCC Air 756, monitor advisory.
And we'll have a good look at our...
Simulate. Bye-bye.
Monitor advisory 122, simulate Air 756.
So minimums,
so 09 Lima,
so 1,900.
122, simulate, Joe.
Excuse the land speed of 142, it's 137 and operator speed of 142.
Papa Echo Yankee 525, contact München radar 128, SML 030, ciao.
Okay, thank you, sir. Contact 128, decibel 030, Papa Echo Yankee 525, bye-bye, thank you.
And Mission T1 Alpha, sorry for disturbing again, can we stop at 380?
Stop, climb flight level 380.
So we're just about over sort of Innsbruck area at the moment, or that's sort of the Swiss Alps, that's where we are at the moment. Over like Austria. Still got 735 miles left to go. Any minute now we're going to be coming out of their airspace and over to Unicom.
Ryanair 90 Whiskey Romeo, München radar, servos identified.
Ryanair 5197, request descent.
Ryanair 5197, roger, descent to flight level 200.
Descent to 100, Ryanair 5197.
Easy 36, Papa Golf, monitor advisory 122, decimulate, ciao.
Over to advisory, Easy 63, Papa Golf, ciao. So we're over to advisory, and we should get some nice views now, so let's have a look at some views for a little bit. And we'll look forward, whether the sim may be a little bit funky to start with, but just off the nose here, we can see what we can see. Also, we've got a few mountain ranges coming up into the view. Oh, there we go, we got some nice views coming into view here. Tell you what, let's jump back into cockpit with it. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. And we'll just look over the top here. Some nice views though. And terrain's green, so it's always a good start. Don't have any issues with that. So then, let's see how... We've got some nice views coming in. It's always nice to have a nice view when you're flying. One of the beauties of flying this sort of distance really is you'll get them nice views. See if we can never flown for the right hand seat. I think that's something we'll have to try and do one time, is have a go at flying for the right hand seat. I bet it's a completely different perspective, to be fair. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Let you enjoy watching the views over the Alps, over the Austrian Alps, and then I shall be back in a couple of minutes. So guys, back with you. So where we are at the moment. So we're just over UMix and we're hearing a bit of a side wind here, about 20 knot gusting side wind, probably just coming off one of the mountain ranges. So we're going to have a start looking at our descent. So it estimates that we'll be on the ground at 1821.
5 FedEx 4992
is the local time. So currently time-wise here, so it's 16:51 at the moment. So we've got roughly about, well, let's say it's around 20 past, isn't it? So we've got 15, about 1 hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, about an hour and 15 minutes, and then we should be on the ground at our destination. Because it has been quite a long stream, so we're 2 hours 25 minutes in the stream at the moment. Not a long stream, we did a 6-hour stream not too long ago. Starting midday and we finished about 8 o'clock at night, I think it was. So it's, not about it's between 2 and 8, I think it was. We just had our quick mid-flight snack. Cheeky little sausage roll to keep us going. As you see, we're getting buffeted by a little bit of wind at the moment, but not much we can do about it. It seems fairly stable. Nothing that we need to really worry about particularly. So let's have a look at our routine into our destination airport of Kefalonia. So as we can see, we start as we come down here. We've got Astu, and we roughly need to be at flight level 200 by that point. Then we go down to the next waypoint. So the next waypoint from that is, hang on, bear with me 2 seconds. So basically we make a right hand turn. I'll show you on the charts. We go to Ekato by another Delta, Delta 27 Kilo Foxtrot November, make a basic right turn, and then we sort of track round, gentle approach in, and obviously it's a VOR approach. We have no ILS options here. Let's just have a quick look, see what this other aircraft is, because that's very, very close. There it is. Just flowing directly over the top of this somewhere. That's actually, there we go, it's just gone over the top. So, needs to be a clear conflict there. For those of you who don't know, the traffic warnings to actually work in this scenario. So we've got 600 miles left to go, so I thought what we'll do is we'll just take you through the arrival charts. So here we are, this is our arrival chart. Let me just hide this side and you can see it better. So, we'll be coming here from Latan, and then we'll be coming in onto the so 6 I don't know if that's an 8,000 foot restriction, maybe, or is that the minimum? I think that's the minimum safe altitude, so roughly we'll be at 23,000 at this point. And then we go to Astus and make a further descent. Basically follow this pattern round to Akato, and then if you look at the VR Yankee, so this is from the point Akato, and then we basically follow this track all the way around for an ILS interceptor point, even though we don't have an ILS, a VOR point of 3,000 feet. So that is where we start our approach 3,000. Then obviously it'll be a manual approach all the way down to the ground, which could be very interesting. We have a minimums of 1,900 feet. Runway elevation, I believe, let's have a look, it will say on this next chart. So elevation is 50 feet. And 32 feet that side, so we're going into 3-2. It's a very, very small airport. There's only about 6 stands, as you can see here. Not many stands here at all. If we have a missed approach, we turn left to max. So we basically make a left-hand turn with a track of 187. Basically takes us back towards Akato, and then we make another go-around attempt. Max speed of 185, so very slow, and then climb to 6,000, and then make our second approach. Obviously, depending on how things go, hopefully we won't need to go around, but I always like to prepare for it because it does happen from time to time. Unfortunately, where we're at the moment, so we're up here. This is Italy down here, so obviously the dogleg of Italy. We pretty much fly easterly for now. There is obviously a wave of turbulence there showing on the map, but we should be nowhere near that. Then we're going to say start our descent down. This chart looks horrific, so basically we follow this chart round to Akato, and then we hit the next approach basically round. Obviously if there's no ATC control, which I doubt there will be this time of night, you never know, but I doubt there will be, we will then follow our own plan. So we may decide to go vectors for the routing. It just depends, to be honest. Depends on what we experience. Obviously we're rocking a little bit on this end of things, if you noticed. We're just sort of out the other end of the Alps. And let's say we've got about 600 miles left to run. An hour and 15 minutes roughly. Should be a nice flight. Not anything more predicted really. Don't seem to have any other issues so far. It's a fairly long flight, to be fair to Greece. I didn't think it was quite this far, but it's a fair old distance. Weather in Greece is 16 degrees Celsius at the moment. The wind is, let me just tell you the winds on them. So the current wind speed is 310 degrees at 7 knots, and no gusting at the moment. So we should be in for a bit of a treat. Not many views for a little bit, but to be fair, I don't blame people for not watching the whole way through. Some people do enjoy watching all the way through. Some people don't. Obviously the cruise is probably the most boring bit. All we're doing is monitoring all the flight systems, making sure that all our fuel, we're not losing horrific amounts of fuel, and we're basically the predictions where we believe to be at. Everything's on target, everything's in the green at the moment. The fuel on board is 3 tonnes, so we did have 3.1 tonnes estimated on board. So we have used a little bit more fuel than anticipated, but obviously that's why we've got that margin there. Obviously if we do really struggle to land, then we'll go to our alternate airport, which is, I shall tell you in a second, I didn't even look at it, Preveza in Greece. So it's an island, it's another island basically, just north of where we are. If anything, actually it's got 2 stands, slightly longer runway. But that is our plan B if we need it. Hopefully we don't need it, and we'll be straight in. The aircraft just go past us in the opposite direction. So we're flying roughly at, just short of 500 miles an hour. Yeah, we're just sort of enjoying the cruise, getting a few different views on the way round. I think I prefer the wing view to be honest. So you got the sun there in the distance. But yeah, we'll be back shortly. We're just, so I'm just having something to eat in the meantime after cruising. We're also keeping an eye on obviously all the flight directors and everything. We'll soon let us know if anything goes wrong. So occasionally the autopilot will disconnect. It's very unusual, but occasionally it does disconnect. So we need to be there to react for all that. Same as obviously any ATC comes online in the meantime. Obviously we're not expecting much traffic with coming into our destination. There's currently no aircraft there or in the vicinity really. It's quite a popular holiday destination, but I think most flights tend to leave the UK in the morning and arrive at sort of afternoon time. And obviously they don't fly every day of the week. I think EasyJet only flies 2 days a week. One from Gatwick and one from Manchester. pretty sure that's just the top end of Italy that you'll be able to see. Let's have a quick look. Oh no, not quite top end of Italy. No, we're about to go over the ocean anyway, or we're staying over land temporarily, but we're pretty much go straight over the ocean. I think it's the Mediterranean, I believe. Probably wrong. See the Mediterranean or Black Sea. Just trying to establish that. It still looks pretty neat. But let's go to the front view. It's such a better view from something like that. Just. Also, feel free to say hello if you're new to the channel. Feel free to give us a subscribe if you would. then guys, if you look over to the right side, we've just got the ocean coming into view now. So obviously past that ocean sort of period, then we've got mainland Italy. Just trying to establish roughly where we are at the moment. Sort of where we're at the moment is so we're pretty much over mainland Croatia at the moment. I was just having a quick look on the maps here. We're just sort of a Croatia area, just flying over Slovenia, and then we'll travel down to Split, which is the which will be the SPL VOR that we've got. So Split is one of the, I don't know if it's the capital, but it's certainly a very popular airport to fly to. Dubrovnik as well. Sort of from there we track down further down from there. Read maps properly. So then we've got Montenegro over Albania, then down to Greece. Obviously the island we're going to is on the it's next to Xanthos. Kefalonia is just above Xanthos. It's pretty much one of the first islands as we come into Greece that we will come across. So yeah, we're certainly getting our way. Hi Kyle, welcome back mate. We're just working out whereabouts we are in the world, so I don't know if you can see, so where we are at the moment, so we're over Croatia at the minute. This is Slovenia that we've got just here, down past Croatia. Like I say, that's Split, which has an airport that we fly to quite regularly from the UK. Then obviously we fly pretty much straight down over the sea, this is obviously the tip of Italy. We've got Albania here as well, and then we've got Greece just below Albania. And we'll start tracking. Obviously this routing looks horrific. So if you're wondering about how I get all the maps, so this is Navigraph, which you pay a subscription for, but I also use that also integrates in with the sim as well, making sure the correct nav data is available. So did I miss you? It's nice to have someone to talk to be fair. It's nice to have someone different to speak to as well. So it can be a bit lonely sometimes when you, especially if you're like this, nice long flight, cruising away. There's not a huge amount you can really do once you're in mid-flight. Obviously the takeoff and the landing are the most important bits of it. But no, it's nice to have some company, definitely. And hello to the other person that's just joined us. Feel free to say hello in the chat. Let us know where you're from, what you're up to this evening. Like I say, we've got about an hour left. An hour? Yeah, just short of an hour, so 18:19 the time that we've got it set here, so it'll be roughly about 22:19 local time, so just over an hour and 5 minutes we've got left. And obviously we're starting our descent fairly shortly, probably in about 45 minutes or so we'll be starting our descent. So do you only have Flight Sim on Xbox then, Kyle? Or do you have it on PC as well? So I know some people have both. It's like, oh, I don't think I'm cool, but these different add-ons though, they certainly make, that's what makes Flight Sim really, like the actual base game is fairly good, but it's the developers that make the game as good as it is really. I say game, simulator, whatever you want to call it. I always get slated for calling it a game. Technically speaking, it is a game, but it's more of a simulation, isn't it? I know people that have got full motion simulators that work through this, so trust me, I'd have a full motion simulator if I could afford one. But it's a bit of a nightmare to land on it. One with this sort of simming though, especially airlines, is you either need a full cockpit to actually have a motion sim. You won't be able to just have the controls. Ooh, I hear me. Quite a nice view actually from it as well, from the views. I think it gives you quite a nice views, because obviously you can see where the nose of the aircraft is. Sometimes it's quite nice seeing inside as well. Going on behind us, not a lot really. Few mountains in the distance there. Do prefer seeing from the nose view actually. Quite a nice view, you can see where we're going as well. So we're about to go over water really, so we're not a million miles away from Split, I don't think. So we're just about over Split Airport, and sort of Dubrovnik as well. So now we're going to pretty much head out over the ocean, or hit the tip of Italy, and we'll be starting our descent down into the lovely Kefalonia. I don't remember the name. It really confused me with the name, to be honest, because if you type Kefalonia Airport in, it's actually not called Kefalonia in the way it's spelled on here. However, in the UK, that is how it's spelled. So I think that's sort of the translation to it, but it's actually like Kefalonia. I think it's something like that. It's Lina rather than Kefalonia. That must just be a difference with the sort of language and stuff from the Greeks. This is Split, I believe, that's just below us here. Let's have a quick look on the map here. So this is Split, just below us. I don't know if you can make out the airport. Probably can. Let me just zoom right in. So that's Split Airport. That's just directly below us here. This is the city of Split as well. More buildings and things there as well. Obviously, this is all default scenery. There's nothing added on to that. See the airport. No, we're not landing just yet. We've got about 45 minutes or so until we land. Oh, literally an hour, sorry, an hour. But we'll start descending in about 40 minutes or so. So yeah, apologies, it seems to have taken a long while. Obviously, being on the VATSA network, can't speed it up or anything, so it's just a case of enduring the long flight. Had some nice views though, had some nice views over the Alps on the way. Just some new areas really, isn't it? It's just new scenery, new places that we've not seen before. hopefully everything will look really nice once we get a bit lower to it in Greece. I believe the seas are very blue. The beaches are very white. This land. So now pretty much we're straight out over the ocean. We'll have the Dubrovnik on the left hand side. Let's see. On the left side, not a lot at the moment. Let's do the engine view. See a little bit more on the engine view. So yeah, Dubrovnik will be further down here, I would imagine. So this is obviously split that we've just flown over. Split Airport. We've got the port over here. And then further down is Dubrovnik. Scenery is pretty stunning today, to be fair. All looking pretty good. So in about 150 miles then we'll start descending, roughly speaking. So whereabouts do you normally fly then, Kyle? Do you fly just pretty much in Canada, or have you come over to the UK, or whereabouts have you flown? I'd imagine it's quite tricky to fly in Xbox. Obviously we have yokes and stuff, but I imagine with a controller, I imagine it's pretty difficult to land. Ah, Kefalonia in Mexico, yeah, okay, cool. What sort of plane do you fly? Is it like an Airbus, Boeing, A350? What sort of things do you normally fly with it? Yeah, I can imagine it is really hard. I can imagine it is. I must admit, even with the 320, nice one. I'd imagine the 320 can fly that far, if I'm honest. I thought it would struggle flying that far. I don't know how many miles it is from, like, I don't know, I'd imagine Canada and Mexico is quite a good distance. Obviously, yeah, we run a few peripherals, like, so I don't know if you've heard of a company called Wing. So that is what so we have the MCDU, the Airbus, we have the FCU and the EFIS, which is all provided by Wing. We have Thrustmaster TCA yoke, well, I say yoke, joystick really, isn't it? Then we use the Honey Bravo throttle quadrant. Obviously we run some other software in the background, so we run Mobiflight in the background that allows me to configure it to the correct buttons of the aircraft. And then we have the radio panel, which is just the Logitech or Cytec, whatever you want to call it, radio panel, fairly cheap one. I'm hoping that we'll eventually be able to upgrade it to an Airbus style one. That'd be pretty cool. And obviously we're waiting for the glare shield to come out and other bits and bobs. It looks like there's going to be some good products coming out with the 320, and to be fair, even the Boeing 737. Obviously, they've just released the new 737 range. So yeah, I think it will certainly be popular. I think they will take over pretty certain they're going to be market leaders shortly, because the price point, you can't fault them. Like my MCDU was £130. If you try and get it from anywhere else, it's like 1,000 nearly for an MCDU. It's mental. Yeah, here we are. So let's have a quick look again forward. So yeah, we're pretty much out over open ocean. Over to the right here we've got, let's just get the island actually. Once we start seeing land again in front of us, that means we'll be heading sort of to the bottom of Italy. These islands are stunning, absolutely stunning. There's even a little island down here. Very, very tiny. Not much there at all. Yeah, I can imagine the 320 is quite hard to fly with the controller. Do you have a joystick as well, or just use the Xbox controller? Which one are you buying then? Kyle, are you buying I believe there's a few options out there for Xbox, isn't there? Like I say, I'm not that glued up with Xbox. Obviously I've always flown on PC, so I did used to own an Xbox, and I owned an Xbox for many years, to be fair. So my last Xbox was the Xbox One original, so obviously the new ones now. Yeah, I don't really know what to suggest for Xbox. Let me have a look. I'll have a quick look actually while we're flying to see what little options there are for Xbox. I'm not sure if the Thrustmaster stuff is compatible with it. Maybe, I don't know. Ah, you go, joysticks for Xbox, right. Okay, so you can have... yes, you can use the Thrustmaster TCA Captain Pack, which obviously you get the throttles and the... I used to have the throttles, I sold the throttles. And then you can also have the side stick as well. There's just the Velocity 1 side stick. That looks really nice actually. I considered buying one a while back. I'd say that's probably better than the actual Thrustmaster one. Of course there are a few other options, but yeah, there's not many options is there for hardware out there, really. You get quite a few buttons with that Velocity one as well. Yeah, I'd imagine Boeing, you can get the Boeing ones as well. There's the companies that make it. It's basically made by the same people that make the Thrustmaster. It must be Thrustmaster still, but they make the Boeing edition as well. That also looks pretty good. I've not used it, so I can't really comment on how good it is. But they seem to sell enough of them, so I can't imagine they're too bad. There's not much going on here really. It's a cockpit apparently. Let's jump back in the cockpit. I'm trying to jump out of the plane apparently. There we go. So upon landing, we will need to... we're going to have to backtrack, I would imagine. So we'll have to backtrack and then go back to, yeah, we'll definitely have to backtrack and we'll go to the stands. Like I said, there's only 4 stands to pick from, and I don't know much about Kefalonia, so we'll see what it brings to us. Are you doing much this evening then, Carl? I don't. What time of evening is it in Canada? I'd imagine it's usually about 6 hours, isn't it? So behind us, on front, I'm trying to think of it. I imagine you'll be behind us, so you'll be like 3 o'clock in the afternoon or something. Was that correct or was that very incorrect? I don't know. It's about. I know America's roughly about 6 hours give or take, depending on which part of America. Depends on what. Time zone we're at. It's probably the same in Canada though. So 1733, which wow. What's the so it's not a million miles to wait at the next waypoint, and then so Loophole and Latam. Once we get to Latam, we could, to be fair, we could start our descent a little bit earlier from Latam. Approaching Gassam. So what time is it over here? So obviously the simulated time is different to my actual time, so it's 9:30 in the evening here. Obviously on the simulated time it's about 6 o'clock. I set it a few hours before just so we hopefully get a nice sunset. That was my plan. It may still be complete daylight in fairness, but that's my plan, was to get a bit of a nice sunset. Yeah, it's 9:30 actually in the UK here at the moment. So 2:30, as in 2:30 the afternoon or in the morning? I'd imagine it'd be the afternoon, so I'd imagine if it's in the morning you'll probably be asleep. So obviously PM, I'm going to say. So if it's AM, that'd be that's commitment, that's what I'd say. Yeah, certainly check out some of the other content I want you watch this if you wish. There's a few things, especially if you're new to flight sim, there's a few tips and tricks on there. Mostly obviously aimed at PC. I always forget about Xbox, to be honest, just because it was never an option previously. But yeah, yeah, once we get this flight out of the way with us, yeah, feel free to have a check out some of the other videos. They're mostly hitting around the UK. I've not flown over that side of the water. Maybe I should do some flights over that side. I don't know much about flying in America and Canada. I know the VATS and stuff is a little bit different, but other than that I'm not too sure on what differences there are. I'm fairly confident flying in Europe though. We're currently doing just short of 500 miles an hour at the moment, speed wise. Do I play hockey? No, I don't play hockey. I have played hockey a long while ago, probably about 15 years ago maybe. No, obviously that's like your national sport, isn't it? So obviously you guys are going to play it. Obviously over in the UK, typically football is more thing that's played. Personally, I don't play football, but yeah, hockey's quite big, obviously, in Canada. Do you play? Oh, I was going to say, so you're a goalie. Yeah, cool stuff. How old are you then, Kyle? Are you still in school, or 20s, 30s? How old are you? Oh wow. I wonder you're struggling with it, so I didn't expect you to be as young as that, to be fair, but it's fine. Not an issue. If I'm honest, just the way you're talking, I thought you'd probably like 28, I'd imagine. Fair play. So no wonder you need to flight sim. I think I was about 11 when I started playing flight sim. Well, I'd have been roughly about 11, 12 years old. But that's the thing with flight sim, it's such a like wide range of people that play it, anywhere from people up into the like 60s down to like say 10, 11 years old. It's mental, absolutely mental. It's just capturing that audience, I suppose, isn't it? How did you course up? Yeah, it's quite expensive, to be fair. Obviously, I don't think of it the same way because obviously I paid for it myself, but yeah, well, it's quite expensive. I remember when flight sim used to be about 40 quid, and I used to moan about it being 40 quid, but now like, say it's 70 at a minimum, so I only got the basic one this time. I didn't pay for the aviator edition or anything like that. I'm pleased I didn't, to be honest. I think I'd be pretty disappointed. One, because I knew I wouldn't fly the default planes. I needed to like fly the add-on planes, so the price of that, I mean, doesn't really add anything to the sim. If it gave me a load of payware airports, then I'd probably have considered it, but it's not really worthwhile for a few airports that have been detailed. And thanks for watching anyway, Carl. Really appreciate it. So, let's have a little bit of company on our flight. So, I don't know if you can just make out. So, that is the tip of Italy. So, that's like the bottom, the dog leg of Italy. Once we hit, that's when we're going to start our descent. It does have our descent scheduled a little bit later, but I think once we get to Latin, we'll start our descent. I think that's sensible. So in about 120 miles we'll start our descent. Probably initially to around flight level 200 and then reduce that further. We need to hit 3,000 for the approach. We've got a nice view over here, looks like. So quick camera. The sun's starting to set, so I'm just hoping it doesn't set before we get down on the ground. Otherwise I'll be a little bit disappointed if we lose all the daylight. I think we will have some daylight left. So. If we do, we do. It's not the end of the world. It'll just make it a little bit more challenging landing. I suppose we could consider moving the time back a touch. But we'll see how things go. We've only got about half an hour now until we're on the ground, so hopefully the sun will last. Nice sunset. This is sort of Albania just over to our left hand side. And a bit further ahead we've got Greece coming up. It's quite a strange perspective, this actually. This drone camera's a bit wild, to be fair. Hold on to a pattern. I tried to Yeah, so that's like the bottom of Italy. See there, and over to our left side, obviously we've got Greece just coming into view on that left side with the islands of Greece. So at the moment we're starting an ETC here in our vicinity, which we kind of expected. So hi guys, welcome to the channel for all of you joining us. So we're just about 20 minutes or so away, well no, 20 minutes, probably about 10 minutes from the start of the descent into Kefalonia. Should be quite a scenic approach hopefully, and just praying it doesn't get dark before. Thanks very much for joining us. Feel free to say hello in the chat. And if you're enjoying the content we've curated, obviously have a look at some of the other content if you enjoy it and you want to see more of it, then feel free to give us a like and subscribe. If you've got any suggestions of routines, so I'm starting to run out of routes to do, just give us some suggestions. I've got short hops in fairness, so preferably somewhere shorter and in Europe that the A321 can deal with. Yeah, so we're not a million miles away from where I need to go. The only problem is when I go in this view I can never get back to the top of the view. I have to manually go and search it. Yeah, not a million miles to go now. Thankfully, it's fair. The flight's gone reasonably quickly, considering how long it was. It was 1,400 miles, I think it was originally. Yeah. Don't know if Gareth's going to join us back for this little snippet in the end. So Gareth's one of our subscribers. He's been with us from pretty much the start of this channel. I don't know if he ever followed the older channel I had. I'm not quite sure if he did follow us straight away. But, he's certainly fairly new to flight simming himself, so we've been helping each other out with tips and tricks and make sure the videos are good enough, giving him a bit of feedback on the videos as well. And I'm slowly learning a few tips and tricks with the Airbus. Like I said, I'm no expert. So it's not really long now. So 60 miles to LATAM roughly, well, so 80 miles to LATAM, and obviously that's the top of descent. Indicating on that arrow there, well, make out the arrow on the right screen after LATAM. That's the top of descent. We'll probably descend a little bit earlier. Get ourselves all prepared for the approach. Well, probably what we'll do actually is request a weather update. So what we'll do, we'll go into the ATSU menu, AOC. Obviously we know we'll go straight to weather because we know there's no ATC on it. We want to put the ICAO code, which is Lima Golf Kilo Foxtrot. So Lima Golf Kilo Foxtrot. Weather request. Pop that in the box. Press METAR. Click send, and then we'll just wait for that to pop up. Evening, GL, hope you're well, mate. So we're just starting our descent now, we're not got that far to go. So 16 degrees, QNH 1014, so I think there is some difference there. 1310 at 7 knots, so we'll just double check over our approach page. 1014, what did we say the temperature was? Just have a quick look. QNH 1014. Temperature is still 16 degrees. 310 at 7 knots, so yeah, nothing's changed there. We've got a bar of 1,900, so our minimum is at 1,900. Anyway, let's have a look at, more importantly, the view. So Gareth, so GL, hopefully, don't know if you were on the stream when we sort of where we are. So this, what we're flying over now is just literally the leg of Italy, right at the bottom of Italy, and then we'll be making this left turn now. We're pretty much over Greece, so over to our left side here. We've got, so this is actually Albania over to our left side, and then we've got Greece coming up. Obviously mainland Greece we're not flying to, we're flying to Kefalonia, or Kefalonia as it's called on every other bit of information. Seems as in the UK decide to change the names. Oh, so you replicated my Edinburgh to Bergen the other day, or earlier today. Yeah, it is a stunning flight, isn't it? It's just really annoying. I don't know if you caught. Was it yourself that commented on the video saying about how annoying the? No, I don't think it was actually. It was someone else that commented saying how annoying it was, where it was really laggy right on landing. I'm hoping we don't have the same experience here, because I have loaded in. What I try and do is load in at the place we're going to, leave the sim running for an hour or so, just to see if that allows it to render more scenery nearby. It doesn't always work, but I think for the airport it does tend to sort. And obviously, because it's a payware airport, it should be stored locally anyway, so we shouldn't have any major issues with that. Unfortunately, there's no ATC online at the moment for Greece. There was earlier when we set off. The whole route looked like it had ATC, but slowly centres have closed. So right, I'll be back in about 2 minutes. What I'll do is I'll leave you with a nice view. I'll say I could leave you with a nice view. Probably better off leaving with the other side. Leave you with a nice view for a few minutes. I'm just going to go and grab a drink. Quick toilet break, and then we'll be starting our descent very, very shortly. And thank you for the subscribe as well, GL. That's really appreciate that. Right then, we're absolutely back. Oh, I'm pleased you're enjoying the videos, mate. Yeah, certainly something different for me to do. By no means am I an expert in dealing with streams and things, so it's certainly been a learning curve. Make the odd cock up here and there, but there we go. And you like the departures tomorrow? Yeah, I must admit, I love flying to Edinburgh. I don't know what there is about it. I don't know if it's because I've been there as well. Because I've been there quite a few times. But it's quite a stunning approach. Even when the weather's bad, it's quite nice. Get a nice view, obviously, of the of everywhere. I'm a little bit worried that we're going to be in darkness when we land in Kefalonia, which I was hoping wouldn't be the case. However, if that is the case, what we may do is maybe Monday, maybe tomorrow or Monday, we will look at doing a return leg back to the UK. That is something we could look at in the daylight, so you get to see Kefalonia a little bit better. Anyway, let's jump back in the cockpit. Like I say, we're not far now. We can see, finally on the radar, we can see our destination. Can't quite see it out the window yet, but it's fair, we're not a million miles away, because that's one of the Greek islands over to the side. I'm just trying to work out which one it is. It is. Oh god, I can't even pronounce that. Kirkira, Inonas, or something along those lines. It's one of the islands. So our island's a little bit further north or south, should I say. Probably should do the arrival performance as well and just see, so we should refresh the meta. Nothing should have changed there. Landing weight, just so we know how much runway we're going to use. Landing weight is 72.2 tons. 72.2. Oh dear. So we can't use automated low, that's for sure. So medium then. And obviously we'll use reverses as well. Which, to be fair, the reverses make no difference according to everything else. As far as where the runway's dry, there's not going to reports of issues with well. So yeah, we'll break medium for our landing. It's a fairly short runway actually at Kefalonia. It only has 4 stands. So. And whoever the third person is, feel free to say hello. So I know we've got a few of you on now. Which makes a change. I'm hoping to get the channel a little bit more popular than it is. Like I say, I don't get any payment for any of this. Everything that I buy and stuff is all out of my own pocket. Just do it for the enjoyment, and to be fair, it's nice to share some of the enjoyment as well. I'm enjoying sort of getting to know a few of you guys as well, particularly Gareth I know quite well. Feel free to join the Discord channel. I quite often have a chat with Gareth, who's one of the other subscribers. Always having a chill mic with him, to be fair, on there. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind having a chat privately with people if they've got questions they're not sure about. It also gives me ideas, so when people start asking me questions about how do you do this, how do you do that, it gives me ideas for future videos as well. Because sometimes it's videos I don't really think about very much. Oh, so you're flying the Xbox. See, I've not actually experienced the Xbox, GL, so I can't really comment on it if I'm honest. So I know Kyle said he's been flying on the Xbox. I personally don't. Obviously, I've never flown on the Xbox. I've got someone at work actually that does have it on Xbox, and they say it's quite good. And I think from what I hear, it is pretty good. The only thing that you lose is obviously add-ons like Phoenix. So the Phoenix for me is like a godsend. It's the best plane in my opinion out there, and it's the best developer out there. Yeah, I don't know much about the Xbox, how stable it is and stuff with the new sim. I assume it's reasonably stable with it being on Xbox. But yeah, the PC definitely. If you hadn't already bought something, and if you're gonna spend the money, like, granted, I don't know how much my computer's worth. Probably about $1.5 grand, something like that. I would imagine my computer's worth. But you could get away with a cheaper computer, really. You could probably get away with a computer for like 700, I bet, and it'll run flight sim reasonably well. Obviously, I stream as well, so that's something I have to. That's another reason why I've like 64 gig of RAM for the streaming side of things, as well as the flight sim. I wish I did have a slightly better GPU though. That is one thing that we will be upgrading. At the minute, I'm waiting to see what the results are like between keeping with the RTX series and the NVIDIA ones, or going over to another provider such as AMD. Their 24GB card is like 800 quid. But however, the 24GB card from the from NVIDIA is like nearly £3 or something stupid, which is not affordable. Yeah, so it is good that the A320, yeah, it's obviously available now, isn't it? The Sober one, and from what I've heard, is actually pretty good. I've never used it, if I'm honest, so I can't really comment on it. And you sound very much like me, Joe, to be fair. That is exactly how I was. So I started roughly around the same age as Kyle into flight sim, and then as I got into like my early teens, well, I say late teens, I wasn't really that interested anymore until 2020 came out, and then I was like, oh no, I have to buy it, 100% have to buy it. So then I bought 2020, and obviously compared to, I don't know if you've ever played Flight Simulator X, the comparison, well, there's no comparison, it's 100 times better. Right, let's start our descent now. So flight level 200. Well, I say 200. Let me just have a quick look at the flight. The next, the waypoint after. Yeah, let's descend now to flight level 200 and try and aim. We'll activate every vertical speed as well to try and get it aimed before that waypoint about there. So minus 1,400. Perfectly fine. It shouldn't cause us to overspeed too much either. So that's the descent started. Like I say, we seem to be losing a little bit of daylight. I don't know what I might do. I might be cheeky and bring the time back a touch. Just try and give us a little bit more time. So about 25 minutes now till touchdown. Not far at all. Yeah, I'm being a little bit cheeky, just fiddling with the time a little bit, just so we get a bit of daylight. So the last thing I want to do is land in the dark, complete darkness in a place I've not been before. And it's also nice flying during the day. I thought we'd just about get away with it, but maybe not. So I've gone back like half an hour. So I'm finding 2024 okay. I am finding okay. I wouldn't say I'm amazed. As you're probably aware, it had a huge amount of issues when it launched. I didn't buy it initially straight away just because I happened to be at home and I was on holiday that week. And I bought it when I came back and it installed fine. I never had any problems with the installation of it. But it is a bit, I wouldn't say it's glitchy. I would say it doesn't provide consistent performance. I don't know if you've seen any other videos. Like someone from Mark from Flight Sim Hangar, he does amazing videos on like hardware reviews. And when you look at how much usage there is on your GPU, it basically causes its own stutters. It doesn't handle. So although my graphics card is a 12 gigabytes graphics card, if I had a 16 or 18 gigabytes graphics card, it would still max out at 18 gigabytes. When there's no need for it to max out at 18 gigabytes, which I believe that is one of the things they're looking at in the new sim update to try and control a little bit better. Because that's what causes a lot of the stuttering during the flights as well. It's not good at all. It's really, really not good. But overall, I do like it. Obviously it's a new platform. We've got things, especially with the Phoenix, we've got the weather radar coming, which was never possible in Flight Sim 2020. So there are lots of pluses to the newer version. I'd say 2020 is probably still more stable. I've fiddled with the graphics settings no end on this, and I still can't get it quite right. I'm hoping over time it will become more stable. Like considering what I used to run and what I've got now, like comparison of hardware, my hardware is like far superior than it ever was. So it's just, I guess it's just a different way of working with things. But overall I do like it. Just be my honest opinion. I do like it. It runs enough. I've never had any crash to desktops, thankfully. Well, I better touch some wood, I suppose, in my book. So far I've not had any crash to desktops. I've had them stutters like we've seen on the video yesterday, which it is frustrating, especially if like, I'll be frustrated if it happens here, because you've flown for like 3.5 hours and then you get there and it's like it's unflyable basically. However, this is quite a small airport, so hopefully it won't be as bad, because it won't be as demanding on the PC. I am a little bit worried about striking the tail of the floor, Do you think you would move over GL then to the PC version eventually if you carried on simming with it? I'm going to have a quick look at GSX as well. I don't know if it will work because of the altitude we're at, but I'll have a quick look to see if GSX will allow me to select what stand I want on the arrival, but it may not. It's going to yet. Until you get to what's going on there, that stays there. I don't know where for now. So we're descending to flight level 200. We've got a little bit of way to go. Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? Finding space and money is the hardest thing ever. Money more than the space, really. But yeah, it's I'd say it's definitely worthwhile on PC. I don't think there's any huge there's no downfalls really to PC because you can use it for many things. I guess it depends on like you say your social sort of circumstances, if you can afford with the space, got the space to actually put it in the first place. And like I said, the money. Realistically, I think if you are going to go over to PC, there's no point getting a real cheap system and then saying, oh, it's alright, I'll just upgrade it, because it'll cost you more money in the long run, really. You'd be better off saving the money up properly, spending like $1.5 grand like I probably have. They can't be far off that. And don't get me wrong, if you're just running flights, like I've run other things as well, like I play Call of Duty and stuff as well. So I have different hard drives. I've got 3 different hard drives on there, all a terabyte each. So obviously that's like 200 quid that you wouldn't have to pay for. And some of the CPUs, I've got quite an old CPU now. It's the Ryzen 7 3800X3D, and it's a fairly old one because we've now got the new Ryzen 9 chips, which in time will probably upgrade. But the problem is I don't want to melt it either. I don't want to cause my computer to become really hot. So I did have that issue initially when I moved over to AMD. Water cooling is a must with these sort of not graphics cards, CPUs. You certainly need water cooling. But yeah, I'd say definitely save up the money and spend a bit more. Getting a decent spec that you know it's going to work. So we've just got Kefalonia coming to view. Can't see the airport as of yet, but not a million miles away now. So roughly not a million miles off flight level 200. Realistically, we want to be at 10,000 by the next waypoint. So we need to increase the rate of descent really. Let's go 2,800. And obviously we've got a VOR approach. We don't have an ILS, unfortunately. So it's VOR Yankee we're using today for runway 32. We'll set to order brake to medium as well. We could increase the rate of descent a little bit. Obviously, we've just got to be careful of our airspeed, but it should be okay. Let's do that. And once we get to roughly about 180, 160, we'll put the seatbelt signs on. Well, let me just have a quick look at what GL was talking about. So, had a crosswind landing into Birmingham, which I think you also had. Locked the rudder the last minute was. Yeah, so if you kick the rudder, it will really throw you out. You do need to, if you've got a little bit of a crosswind, the textbook way of doing it, I would say, is to basically you start nice and slow with the input. So wait until the best time to do it, if you can keep the aircraft pretty much flying the right approach, even if the nose you can see is like majorly off, you can, at about 30 feet is the textbook way of correcting it. So you literally apply a little bit of left rudder about 30 feet, swing the nose to the centre line, and then at that point you should be hitting the ground. That's the textbook way of doing it. However, it's really, really tricky. It's a skill that you need to just keep practicing, if I'm honest. I've made horrendous mistakes with rudders. If I'm honest, you probably won't see me touch the rudder much. Most time you'll see me touch the rudder is on takeoff, really, just keeping on the centre line. Right, let me just concentrate a little bit here. So 2,000. We need to bring our speed back. That's one thing I do know. So we need to bring speed back to 250 knots, really. So what we do, we'll bring speed up to 250, and we'll bring some spoilers out as well. Just a tiny touch of spoilers. We've got Kefalonia just over to our left-hand side. I may have to adjust the weather again a little bit. I didn't plan this very well, did I? so we can get a bit of a better visual. I don't think you're going to see how blue everything is. Maybe if we go back to earlier in the day, we might be able to get a little bit bluer for you. I don't know if we can quite pick the airport out. That's what I was just trying to find. I think maybe the airport there. We shall see as we start our further descent. So we'll pop the seatbelt signs on. Speed is coming back slowly. Yeah, so you can use the main gear after you contact the ground. So, sorry, you can use the rudder once the main gear touches the ground. That is another way of doing it. The only problem is you might find you'll get quite excessive results with that. You may find that you'll literally go from one side of the runway to the other. I don't know if you've seen some of my other videos, but there's been a couple of occasions where literally nose to the left, nose to the right, nose to the left, and you end up basically compensating for it constantly to the point where you overcompensate and you make things worse half the time. Anyway, let's reduce our speed back again to 20 knots. Now we're sort of reaching that right target. One of the things with the 321 is you find it does take a little while to slow down, but I could slow it down a little bit more if I wanted to. I've not got the runway in sight as of yet, but it's about 100 miles away. Obviously it's going to be a pretty manual approach to that.
We'll be landing soon, so please put your bags and laptops away. Fasten your seatbelt, close your seat table, put the armrest down, and open the window blinds. You can no longer use the toilet. Please look at the safety card in your seat pockets. It contains important safety information. In an emergency, leave all bags on board. At EasyJet, we're committed
So
to
we'll just have a quick
reducing
look
our
over to the left
environmental
side.
impact. We'll be asking you to place recyclable waste in a separate bag as we collect rubbish from you. Please don't leave
We'll
any
go to the
rubbish
local
in your seat
QNH
pockets or on the floor.
1014. So, approach checklist, bar F1014, seatbelt on, minimum is 1900 barrow, auto brake is medium, and engine mode selector is normal. It'd be nice if I can get some Tobii eye tracking at some point. So to be fair, we could probably go direct in a moment. So it's 10,000 feet now. So we'll go down to 3,500. So what we'll try and achieve, so we'll try and go direct to the next point. So we'll make a direct now and make this a left-hand turn. Yeah, to be fair, flying around Scotland Jail is lovely. I absolutely love flying. I've flown to Inverness a few times before. It's quite a nice approach, in fairness. What we'll probably do now is probably go to let's fly vectors now. So we'll go to 110 in heading mode. Kefalonia traffic, EasyJet Papa Golf, descending to 3,500, inbound runway 32 VOR Yankee. Can always come left to switch to around. So we're descending around 1,000 feet per minute. We can bring flaps 1 out now. And we can arm the spoilers as well. They've not actually got a visual of the runway as of yet. But we shall see. I don't think it was too far away. So we'll stay at 220 knots for now. They could probably go with it back. But we could fly direct. Just trying to see which one is blue. That's alright. Yeah, whoever the third person is, feel free to say hello. So we've got a few of you online now. Just trying to get a bit of a visual of the airport. I think it's just over to that side. I could be wrong, but I've got a visual of it yet. So fuel is below 3 tons, which we were expecting really. One thing I did forget to do is pop the landing lights on, so we'll just get them on now. So they're all in economy in our plane, to be fair. It's all EasyJet operate, really. Not much to see over here, really. I'm just trying to get a good view of the runway. I think it's on the eastern side. They'll become a little bit more obvious in a minute. What we'll do, we'll try and stay straight ahead at the moment, and then we'll make a left turn inbound. So we're only about 15 miles away from where we can make a left turn again. We can establish on the VOR, that is possible to do. We are above the glide slope at the moment. We need to get to a point of where the glide slope is where we want it to be. So the ground altitude is 6,000 feet at this airport, and then it's an initial left turn after departure. Hopefully there won't be a need for a go around, but we'll see how things go. It's been a long while since I've landed the 321, so maybe a little bit rusty. To be fair, actually, that may be Kefalonia Airport there, actually. Don't know if you can just see it on that tip. I know it is right on the coastline, so, and that looks about right, to be fair. So we'll just see what track the maps recommend for the VOR. We're on the inner side of the arc at the moment. So once it's down to 3,000 feet on that point. Cabin crew 5 minutes to land in 5 minutes. I'll make a further left turn now. And then runway heading is 322 degrees. Like I say, we'll have to backtrack once we get down. So, there's the runway in sight. We've got the runway just over on that left side. I don't know how well you clearly can see it. It's on that left side. So, glide select's coming into view now. Let's just bring the radar in a little bit more. So we'll reduce speed back now to 100, well 180 knots actually. Let's keep ourselves nice and slow. Kefalonia traffic, EasyJet Papa Golf. Turning left 2 to 3 degrees. ILS 1832. VOR approach. I always say ILS, but even though it's not an ILS. You can rate the landing from 1 to 10. It will probably be closer to the 1, I would imagine. We'll see. I don't want to jinx myself yet. We do have days where the flights are not as good as they should be. If we can just see, there you go, got the runway there. Right, left turn now, 322 degrees. So it approaches arms as well. We can only have a single. And we'll bring the speed about 160 knots. Flaps 2. We'll just go down to our performance page and make sure that the landing, the approach is armed, which it is. So,
terrain ahead, pull up.
We'll ignore that because there's no terrain that's of any risk to us at the moment. Right then. Manual flight. Do you have the runway in sight? We'll try and stay on the diamonds as much as we can. Any minute now we'll be going to a gear down position anyway. It's showing me a little bit off target, but it doesn't look too horrific from what I can see. According to this, it's really horrific though.
2,500.
Go down. Flaps 3. So flight directors are off.
2,000.
Checked.
100 above.
So approaching minimums.
Minima.
Continue. Flaps full. Landing checklist, ground altitude 6,000 is set. Cabin crew are ready, eco memo landing no blue. So let's get that nose down a little bit more and we'll go manage speed. It's showing us a little bit high at the moment, but we'll see how we go. Oh, hello Gareth, welcome back. Just caught that name out the corner of my eye. I don't know about buttering it. We'll see how we go. See how stable it is on touchdown for a start. So approaching 1,000s.
1,000.
At least the wind's okay. Nothing too drastic with the wind there. A little bit high. Landing system come off and I'll just fly visually now. There, actually, it's going to annoy me that flashes. Stable.
$400. 300. 200.
A little bit low.
100.
Land.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
Flat.
Drive.
Spoilers. Brake medium reverse is green. Decel. Manual braking. And we'll go down to the bottom and do a backtrack. So it wasn't a bad landing actually. I was quite impressed with that. That was a pretty awesome touchdown, to be fair. So we'll go down the bottom and then we'll backtrack. There's no aircraft in the vicinity, but
until the seatbelt sign is switched off.
taxi lights and APU on.
Devices can now be used. Have a look around you to make sure you take everything with you. Be careful when you open the lockers.
Kefalonia traffic, EasyJet 63 Golf is backtracking to return to stand number 4.
Thank you for
See if we get GSX in action.
We look forward to welcoming you on board again soon.
Right then, let's have a bash at doing a backtrack. Bring that speed down a touch more. To be fair, that landing was pretty ace. I was quite impressed with that. I don't know if you noticed the glide slope director. Oh my lord, it's not the glide slope, sorry, the localizer. It was miles off. I'm pleased I didn't follow it. Right then, let's go back to the stand. So welcome to Kefalonia. Don't know what Kefalonia's like in the real world, but looks pretty stunning. Let's have a look over it on this side. Lots of trees about, that's one thing I do know. Yeah, it would have hardly been landing in the terminal, wouldn't it? If that was the case. So 25 knots. Don't know why the ILS option is flashing, because everything is switched off. So we'll be making a left turn in a second to the stand and we're going to number 4. Assuming this aircraft can fit in stand number 4. I'd imagine it will be able to. There's our little white bird with a logo. It was quite a nice approach, to be fair, on the way in. Like, I must admit, I wasn't really looking too much at the terrain on the way in, but it did seem alright. I think I'm better at flying that than the 319, to be honest. Like, right, so we're going to stand 4, which is right on the right hand side. So what we'll do, we'll come in here. We're coming at this exit here, and then we'll. So we're coming at Alpha 2. I'm gonna get rid of the taxi lights, to be fair. I'm guessing we're going somewhere near where them stairs are waiting. Is going to be my guess. And terrain. After landing checklist, predictive wind shear system is off. And I don't know why we just come to a stop. I think I got a bit too excited on the brakes. Oh well. Try the 320 next time. So in Venice, I do normally fly the 320. In fact, I actually fly the 319 mostly. If you check out some of my other videos, Kyle, you'll notice that I fly the 320 and the 19 more often than I fly this. It's probably my 4th or 5th flight maybe with the 321 in total. Not flown it. It's very similar to fly. If anything, actually, it feels more stable to fly than the other. Let's have a look. So we're going to stand 4. So I guess we follow the arrow. Let's see if we have any anyone dancing around for us today. Well, this is a bit of a strange. I find the brakes are very sensitive on these. They're either. So we'll just keep coming straight ahead a minute, just to try and get the back end lined up a little bit better. He's probably going to get me to go to the left again in a second, I guess. So, brakes are set. APU is on, so engine 2 and engine 1 can come off. So try the bearing. So if I'm honest, I'm not so much a fan of bearings anymore, especially now I've spent so much money on hardware. Hence why we always tend to stick with the 321. So we'll just wait for both engines to shut down. We're just waiting for them to spool down, and we can seatbelts can come off as well. Let's just jump back in the cockpit and we'll just get external power connected.
The boarding requested.
We'll watch Swissport come and do their thing. Yeah, I'm quite impressed with that landing, to be fair. Considering it's been like a 3-hour flight, it's always nice to have a nice landing at the end of it. Certainly better than yesterday's landing, that's for sure, when it all was stuttery and horrible. It didn't seem very stuttery either, it seemed pretty nice. We're going to lose some views in a minute. Just wait for them to come and do their thing.
Passengers bus is coming.
So let's jump back into cockpit. Yeah, we can start the deboarding process, that's fine. APU can come off. External power connected.
Passengers deboarding starting.
So, parking checklists are on the chocks, so chocks are set. Engines off, wing and lights are also off, fuel pumps are off. That's the parking checklist complete. So, thank you very much for joining us. Really enjoyed this 3-hour and 30-minute flight. It's been a long stream, or 4-hour stream as it's been. I've enjoyed it though, to be fair. I wish I'd set the time a little bit better, but I'm pleased I've adjusted the time a little bit on the way in, because it certainly does look very good. So the airport scenery that we've got here is by, I think it's called a company called FlightX. It was from Unibuilds. So if you go onto the Unibuilds manager and just type Kefalonia, it will come up. It was only about £7 so it wasn't a huge amount of money. I do like having a nice airport to come into, to be fair. Especially if you're using VATSIM and things, you need obviously to make sure the taxiways are accurate. But thank you very much for joining us, guys, and we will see you again hopefully in another video. We do plan to do a stream tomorrow night, probably around the similar sort of time, between sort of like 6:30 and 8:30 UK time. If you've enjoyed it, don't forget to give us a like, comment and subscribe. It's certainly been very enjoyable. Tell you what, let's have a wander. There we go, we've got everyone getting off as we speak. And this is obviously all part of the GSX package. But yeah, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you again the next one. Where to next, you say, GL? I'm not too sure, if I'm honest. We'll probably go somewhere a bit more local. I'll have a look as well to see if there's any VATSIM events on, because normally over Easter there's usually a VATSIM event of some description. So I'll have a look to see if there's any of them online. We may go across to Dublin actually, do a little flight from like Manchester to Dublin, then like Dublin back somewhere in the UK. That might be an option. Probably not in the 321, probably go back in the 319. Though I must admit, I've really enjoyed the 321, although because it's quite a big plane. It doesn't look that big, but when you're taxiing it, it certainly feels big. It certainly felt big taking it off at Manchester, that's for sure. Yes, there is usually ATC on at Dublin, Gareth, as well. Yeah, I don't know if I've actually got any scenery, Gareth, for Dublin. I'll have a look. I think I do have scenery for Dublin. I'll have to have a quick gander to see if I have. To be fair, the default scenery is pretty good at Dublin anyway. It's not too bad. I have flown there, I think, once before in the sim. Yeah, something like that. Go over to Gareth's side of the world would be pretty good. So yeah, we'll... Oh, she bought for like £12. You say, I know they're all on discount at the minute as well, so I'll have a look. See what it's like. Oh, through Concha, wonderful. So I'll have a look, mate. But anyway, thanks for joining us, and I shall speak to you all in the future. Obviously, feel free to follow Discord, and you can drop me a direct message on Discord, which Gareth knows all about. We do also have TikTok as well. If I'm honest, I don't tend to upload much to TikTok at the minute. But hopefully we'll upload a little bit more in the coming weeks once we get a bit more content out there. I'd love to go to Canada, Kyle, but unfortunately, I think we'd get stuck halfway. I don't think the 321 would make it. I think we'd run out of fuel, to be honest. But anyway, thanks for now, and we shall see you again in another video. Bye for now.